everybody on base.
A lot
So
of viruses going around.
you man the office.
Kids.
No, I don't know where.
I'm grateful for the pass I have that allows me to get up there whenever.
Last week, I've been on an airplane.
They're playing.
And then, conference, all that stuff, we're running a lot of people. Picked up some.
We're live.
We're live, okay,
We're
thank
live.
you.
Mhm. Score. Gotcha.
Okay, okay, welcome to the May 2023 Board of the County Commissioners. County Commissioners, all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
Morning, Chairwoman and Chairman, or Commissioners. Thank you for making a moment on public comment for me to speak to you. Again, as you know, I'm Grant Bannister, the Chief Judge, 21st Judicial District, including Raleigh County. Just one item that I wanted to touch on this morning, and I'll try to keep it brief, but because this is such a small part of what you have to deal with, I want to provide a little bit of background. So maybe coming at from two angles. Again, historically, the county's contracted with a certain number of attorneys to constitute a panel that take care of the constitutionally or statutorily required legal services. That's not been in place for about 15 months. Instead, we've been using what I just referred to as a voucher system, where attorneys either willingly or compulsory by an order that I've entered, accept appointments and then bill on a reduced rate, hourly rate on the time that they put in resolving those cases. County attorney over the next, Mr. Wilkerson can tell you his anticipation, but probably, let's just say to the end of the year, have a inordinate amount of cases, more than usual that they'll be filing. And so his office proposed to me that to best handle those in our current structure, we created an additional docket that might be efficient at moving these forward, resolving them. And I tend to occur, and we both hope that that's the experience. But with that additional docket, again, comes some additional challenges or solutions. Again, finding defense attorneys willing to take those appointments at a different time is one of those challenges. So, I don't know whether to say willingly or with a twist of the arm. We found one attorney that's willing to block off his calendar and always be available for that docket and handle those appointments. That should create a judicial economy by having one attorney there and available. Somewhat on his end of being ready, willing, and available is that rather than billing on an hourly basis, he wants to bill on a per case basis, either of which would be well below his market rate. But I think just from paperwork, time management, and focusing on the substance of the case is probably his perspective. I don't want to necessarily speak on his behalf other than say that's what he's proposing. But from my experience, and I'll defer to Mr. Wilkerson, I think it'll cost the county less money. The other option is I continue to kind of rotate through our list of a couple dozen attorneys, appointing them to be at this docket. A lot of them are already going to have things scheduled out into July, August, much less September and October, not be available when I need them to. Or when they are, we'll have a dozen attorneys sitting in that room and they're going to be billing time, waiting until their case is called. And so the first half hour or so, you've got attorneys all billing simultaneous or concurrently. And that's going to add up to a lot of money rather than just having the one attorney there that's not going to be overlapping billing on all of his cases, but handling in the manner he's proposed. So just to put some details to that, the hourly voucher rate's $120 right now. His proposal is to bill $250 per case, whether it takes 10 hours or takes 1 hour, or something in between, or whatever it is. Again, in a sense, I don't know that this is my issue. In another sense, it is, because cases don't move and pass through unless we have both sides there and ready and willing and working to seek those solutions to the case closed. So I would, I don't need a contract per se. Really, all I'm looking for is permission for him to submit his vouchers on that per case billing rather than a per hourly, which is happening on the other required legal work. Mr. Wilkerson might want to say a few words, but before I do, any questions for me about that or concerns? All right,
That's gonna explain.
thank you for listening and your time. Gary, anything you want to say?
I would just reiterate that I do believe it will be more cost efficient to do it this way. The attorney that has agreed to do it said he would do it for $250 a case. I think it's rare that you would have a case where somebody's going to do less than 2 hours worth of work on. And so I do think that this is going to be very beneficial. I think it will save the county and the taxpayers a lot of money to do it this way. So I would, I guess I would second the request that the attorney who has agreed to undertake this project be allowed to just bill per case $250.
Okay, very good.
This,
Now, the attorney you hired before is on contract basis, is handling felonies, correct?
she's handling a little, she's working through, the attorney that is working in our office is handling. It's some felony cases, and you know, these are cases that were backlogged, we didn't get filed. We are, you know, we set them aside beginning in 2020, and we're actually working through them faster than we thought we were going to, but there are some felony cases in there. They may not all be getting filed as felonies, but if they're felony cases, then that'll have to go in. I mean, they'll just have to go the regular way the way they've always gone. We can only do this on misdemeanor or traffic offenses.
Okay, so the person that's gonna do the cases for $250, he or she will be handling what kind of cases?
Misdemeanor traffic,
Just misdemeanor traffic, so
Yes.
those two people will really be working on that.
yes,
Do you think that will handle the backlog well going forward?
I think so.
And these are for indigent.
Correct, and you know, some of them may not even need an attorney, so I'm anticipating that. You know, I don't want to be held to this, but, or I guess I will be, but that's not, I shouldn't say that.
Don't worry, that won't happen.
I can make all the requests I want. I anticipate it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 cases. Total on this project, and I just think that this mechanism will be the most economic, feasible way to resolve these minor cases. I shouldn't say minor, misdemeanor traffic cases.
Yeah, the question. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Bannister. I forgot about it until just like 2 weeks ago, we were flying back from San Francisco, stuck in the Vegas airport. Wife and I were talking about something, and the lady across from us said something about, heard us talking, I said about the commission, where are you? And Riley, oh yeah, you know Judge Bannister? Yeah, well, I've known him for a long time, just going on, talking about it. Finally, I said something about lives in Kansas City. Oh yes, what do you do? He says, well, I actually work in big. Oh yeah, what do you do? Supreme Court Justice. It was Standridge.
Oh,
Standard.
okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. I wish, I wish I'd known that's who it was. I had with that question, but then when we got in the airport or in the plane, we were sent to different corners. But talk to her just for a second.
Well, good. That went in a different direction than I thought it might.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing.
Good enough. Just one parting comment, though, separate from this, I hope the county does get an RFP out there on the panel, and see what interest we have. Right now, we're making things work, but at some point, there could be a big disruption, and having a contract in place would give some insurance that things will continue to run smoothly. So just one more point of emphasis on that, but then the final thing, comparatively and by categorically, when we refer to these as minor, they are, but they still can result in a year's worth in the jail. May not be typical, but at times they do. You know, you're talking about domestic batteries, which have different severity depending on the facts, but certainly are serious, or driving under influence, or flee and elude, or we could go down a whole list. So they're important, and they keep the community and public safe, and they serve justice with one perspective or another. So it is important work, but I just didn't want to make them sound like minor equals piddly. Minor just is less severe than felonies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Bless you.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, then let's move on to commission comments. Commissioner McKinley?
Not much going on. And I just kept busy around the house this weekend, mowing and planting, digging in the garden.
It's a lot of work.
And that was,
Yeah.
try to get done in the morning, though, the afternoons were a little toasty.
Oh,
That's all we're going to have today.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, rolling back to Thursday, listened in on the Council of Foreign Relations Home and Abroad virtual series with state and local governments for May. This month's presentation was the U.S. strategy in the war in Ukraine. Once again, it was a panel discussion. It featured Andrew Basevich, Professor Emeritus, International Relations and History at Boston University, as well as Heather Connolly, President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. I'm not even for sure what that is. I haven't had a chance to Google it either. And lastly, Charles Cupicon, Senior Fellow at the CFR. Rena Ninian, founder of Good Trouble, presided over the dialogue. As you can imagine, there was a lot of questions and concerns on this particular subject. This wasn't like some of the other presentations, and maybe it wasn't quite as informative as maybe I had thought, but good stuff nonetheless. Then on Thursday, I joined members of the Riley County Conservation District and the Natural Resource Conservation Service on a tour of several places in the northern part of Riley County, including the Save Farm, to see what they're working on and what their plans are moving forward. Got a firsthand look about terracing and cover crops and how it reduces topsoil erosion. We also got a look at the process of soil sampling and all that goes into that. We also toured a solar powered well with board member Steve Hardgrave at his ranch, even a little further north. He uses that obviously to water cattle and take care of those things. And then we also saw their no-till pull behind drill that's available for rent to help farmers plant different types of crops. A pretty cool looking machine. All in all, it was a good tour. Enjoyed it. Always informative. Last one we had was back in 2019, so it had actually been a while. So glad we had the opportunity to do that. Friday, I joined Dennis Cook, director of the Aggieville Business Association, for lunch at Nico's to discuss challenges and efforts that are occurring in the Aggieville Business District. There's been a lot, continues to be a lot going on, and talk and rumors abroad about what's going on and what's not going on, and so on and so forth. So that I would just cut to the chase and get the information firsthand. We did do a walkthrough along the district, proved to be very interesting and informative. Like I said, there's a lot going on there. So later on Friday, I met with EMS Director David Adams to discuss the updated plans and options for the public safety headquarters, or whatever we end up recalling it. always still a work in progress. I know a lot of work and ideas and innovation have been put in to make this a workable product and a affordable product moving forward. So look forward to dialoguing with everybody, I think, on Thursday's meeting on the subject, see where we're at. Lastly, on Friday, I had a pre-law board meeting to discuss and finalize the agenda for the upcoming May meeting, which will be next Monday afternoon at noon. We mostly discussed the 2024 budget. Had some dialogue on the workout contract with Genesis Health Club. Something I'm pushing very hard against when that comes up due. Thank you for the numbers, still sorting through that. I'm going to restart that dialogue, and we're going to restart the dialogue on how to handle Big Patty's Day next year moving forward too. I think put some type of advisory group or a task force or something together to at least get out ahead of it's probably going to be the best option. Best we can do probably on that. Saturday, I visited the open house down at the St. Joseph's Church down on Lower McDowell Creek over in Gary County. Have a long family history there, lots of memories, lots of pictures at home. I have 3 generations of family that are actually buried in the cemetery there. Looking over that, it was quite impressive. I had family dates all the way back to probably 1850s when we became a territory. Thought it was a 4th generation Kansas, but I'm thinking it's 6. Gravestones go all the way back to 1824 and 1828 on those. So yeah, there's some community pictures on there. My great grandfather, the stonemason, helped build the church. So for many years they had a stained glass window for the family in there, and lots of memories from my grandmother who went to church there and grew up in the area as well. So good to check that out. They're still trying to figure out ways to renovate and make it a useful center at this point in time. So it was good to check out. Saturday evening, I attended the spring roundup celebration out at the Lazy T Ranch. A wonderful and delicious barbecue dinner, complete with everything. Homemade apple and blueberry cobbler. Oh, it was. No, I didn't get any ice cream on top, but it didn't need it. It did not need it. I took a little bit of both and actually mixed them together. I thought that would be bad, but it was outstanding. We also heard from several entertainers, including Jeff Javison, who performed the Best of the West, a selection of the best cowboy songs of all time. Had a great time as always. Appreciated getting invited to that event, and look forward to doing it again. Also wanted to mention they closed Pillsbury Crossing over the weekend. I don't yet know if that's permanent or not, but judging by the pictures and stuff that I saw out there, I wouldn't be surprised. They said there was 1,500 people over there on Saturday. I don't think there was. It didn't look like it was that many, but they said they counted almost 400 cars throughout the entire day. So maybe, but yeah, that continues to be an issue every year about this time. A little bit early maybe, but with the 90-degree weather, yeah,
90-degree weather.
right. So I don't know if they're going to keep that closed. But if they do, that's a testament to not being a little bit responsible and not tearing the area up and leaving trash everywhere and driving 80 miles an hour down the roads down there. But that's the case. It is what it is. So safety's got to be first there. So also congratulations to the K-State baseball team. Swept Southeast Missouri State over the weekend and a record of 31-18. Southeast Missouri State is a regional team potentially too. So that's a pretty big deal. Right now, I've looked at a couple of publications. They have us in the tournament. I've seen Texas region, Texas Tech region, or maybe even the Arkansas regional. Probably won't be at home, but we'll make hopefully a trip back. So that's all I've got this morning.
Okay, that's fun report. Well, Thursday I actually attended the Conservation District tour for the afternoon. Started at 1 o'clock. First stop, which I wanted to give a shout out to the Save Farm near Riley. We went there. We're given a lot of information. We introduced to a lot of people, and we had a lot of snacks out for us. Really, the information given by the landowner on the history of the ongoing activities of farm. And it teaches basics of farming to veterans and others. I think it started out as mainly a veteran oriented organization, but they had some families there that they had even graduated one of their sons to be a farmer. So hopefully it will help interest in farming. We went on several areas of the farm, including detailed explanation of the tile outlet system and the terraces. I've been around terraces a lot in my life. I didn't realize they did that all, and I don't know if they do that on all terraces, but doing the tile and the outlet to the creek system. I'd like to see them actually do that. We did go to several locations on the farm, including farm ground and the pastures, and looked at erosion factors into the creek, that kind of thing. And with the soil samples, they talked about everything's in the soil, which most farmers know, and the impact of losing soil from the farms, which they've lost a lot in the past years. So that it was good seeing how they, the different kinds of soil that they came up with in the core. So that was interesting to me, because we talked about soil samples in various locations. So also enjoyed visiting the solar well at Steve Hargrave's pasture. We also, when we were there, discussed the rangeland concerns, including not just weeds like Sericea, Lespedeza, and the old world blue stem.
I didn't want to have to say this, so.
And actually looked at it and what they were doing. They had just done some burning, so it was you could see a lot of the grass coming up. Beautiful views. Anyway, Friday, I worked on my own landscaping and spent time in the office reviewing all documents for today's meeting, which took quite a while. Followed up on phone calls, emails. Later that evening, I went to the Masterworks Choral concert, Public Methodist Church. It was really a good concert. They worked really hard on it, and a little shorter than the holiday one. I have a couple of friends, well, quite a few friends that are so trying to put there. So rest of the weekend, worked in the yard, worked in the house, had lunch with friends, and then yesterday I just kind of rested. So that's it for me. We move on with busy.
Ma'am. Need a motion to approve highway use permit granting Raymond Schultz permission to have thunder pump and plumbing work in the right of way to install residential sewer line under School Branch Road, 18750 School Branch Road.
Make a motion to approve the highway use permit for Raymond Schultz and Thunder Pump and Plumbing.
I'll second.
You moved in second to approve the highway use permit for thunder pump and plumbing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, please sign. Yep. Put something very tight. Next, I need a motion to approve highway use permit granting Larson Construction permission to complete work in the right of way to install water service under Kitty Creek Road to serve 7203 Leaf Drive.
Go ahead, make a motion to approve the highway use permit granting Larson Construction permission to complete the work as outlined in the permit.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the highway use permit, granting Larson Construction permission to complete the work as outlined. All in favor? Aye.
Chair, please sign. Commissioners, would everyone like to attend Good Morning Manhattan, May 18th at 7:15? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably need it in wonder. Well, we can say Dave.
Clancy?
No, thanks.
On the 18th.
Yes, 7:15.
Right.
Anyone, commissioners have any changes to the minutes?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as written from the May 4th, 2023 meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Second,
So moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the May 4th meeting as presented. All in favor? Aye.
Tentative agendas of the commissioners.
Not so tentative.
not too short.
Like busy. That time of year.
Yes, it is.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners? Okay, next time up at 9 o'clock, budget expenditures report.
It was interesting, I was at the airport, we were sitting there talking, and the lady said something about, yeah. Talk to somebody, commission. She said, oh, you have a question? She goes, oh, yeah, you want to? She says, oh, yeah, I work with them, and she kind of was being vague, but I'm finally said, well, what are you, just, well, I'm actually Supreme Court Justice. I'm like, really? But I wish I'd known this, right, I've been there for a long
Good,
time.
they didn't say anything incriminating to start, right?
Dave, how you doing?
I wish I'd known that.
Good.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to talk to her.
Sure.
And she's been on there, I looked at, she's been a long
Long
time.
And she was appointed under civilians,
No,
Oh,
right?
great,
hey,
Really?
yeah,
Oh,
that's why I looked. So she's been on for long.
what about her? Hmm. Yeah, at least it wasn't, somebody was complaining about it.
Well, I wouldn't sit in front of her with that either.
You never know.
Yeah,
when you
sure,
get right into.
Yeah, there's. I think I'm sort of going to do school. Well, actually, we can't say that. I'm working. Spring Court Justice. I was. Yeah, right. So,
You don't see the pictures very often, it's
No.
kind of hard to.
well, like I said, that's when I pulled up the thing and they're sitting there. See, it was, and she's. Recognized. Okay, then
Right here, oh, okay.
further here, but
Huh.
So when I went out to the annual policy conference in 20, Washington DC, it was. 3 people, sitting in the chairs there, and I can't remember where the girl was working for a marketing firm. And some of their gentleman was a consultant, and he was just. Going on and on about how horrible politicians were and blah, 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 blah. Then he turns to me and asks what I do and. See the look on his face. See the look on his face. Yeah, should have seen the look on his face when I actually told him, he's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, no, actually, I didn't disagree with you. I just, I just have to let him go on.
yeah. Very
It's like, oh, I'm a county commissioner back home. He's like,
When they're talking about those things, don't think about what's going on locally, but think about
Mhm.
what you hear on the news.
Of course, we're heading to DC.
Yeah. I was coming back from Virginia at Christmas, stopped in Virginia and Richmond on. It turned out to be Dave Myers, the organist at
Nope.
Methodist Church. I recognized you. Yeah. But I usually don't see anybody with them.
That happened to me in 22. I was getting ready to leave. To actually go to the airport, and I turned around and Shiloh's standing right there. Yeah, it caught us both off guard. I'm like, what are you doing here? She's like, what are you doing here?
Oh, I was going. That,
Yeah,
okay. I get one here and at home.
I don't know. Yeah, I get veterans. I get it because of the same. But I don't get it out.
I got to think about maybe they can only give us one to distribute amongst the commission.
They must want to be sure you read it.
Yeah. I look through it.
I don't get it at home too.
I don't read all of it. Some of
There's
it's
a couple
kind of
articles.
only thing, it's historic stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Ready, commissioners?
Yeah,
Good morning, Rich Varga, Raleigh County Clerk. First reports 2023 year-to-date wages and overtime compared to budget report. You can see in the upper right-hand corner in blue, we're at 33.33% point in time of the year. So that's just, we use our barometer to kind of respectively check where departments are percentage-wise in that far right column. You can see those that exceeded that. The red one it has exceeded that in emergency management. Just what we use as a barometer this early in the year, the things to keep an eye on budgetarily and expenditure wise. Always like to look at the center column there, overtime spent, percentage of wages. In the past, this is a concern with commissioners. The high one, of course, EMS ambulance catches public's opinion, attention. I know commissioners are aware of it, but they have a large portion of their overtime is budgeted due to their 24/7, 365 days an hour work schedule. So that is anticipated. The other ones that are typically high are public works, noxious weed, solid waste, just due to the nature of their work, but we also budget a higher amount of overtime in those respective budgets. Overall, we're just at 1.6% percentage of overtime compared to budget. Commissioners have any questions on that first page? Next pages are just a little bit more detailed breakout of those regular salaries, seasonal and overtime per department, just to give you a little clearer picture of where those monies are being spent within those respective departments. If you have any questions, we're glad to take those, or if you take time to go through them later and come across anything you'd like us to research further, we'd be glad to. Any questions on those, commissioners? Next reports 2023 year-to-date budget activity report. Once again, using that 33.3% percentage. Those highlighted in the blue are those that have exceeded that at this point in time. Once again, we just use a snapshot to kind of keep an eye on budgets. Budget appropriations always higher and catches up by the end of the year to 100%. Due to the cyclical nature that they're generally paid out 50% first year and 50% middle of the year. Noxious weed, coroner, juvenile detention, of course, those are a little bit high right now too. Have to remember all of these on this first page are under the county general fund, so individually they would not be a statutory violation anyway. That's as long as the entire fund stays in the black. We are okay by the end of the year. I like to always point out under budget appropriations, 3 lines down below that, county general, we're at 3.71%. Of course, remember, Commissioner, that's because we have that large budget stabilization amount of $3,050,000 for emergencies, if ever needed, and hopefully we don't ever need it. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next page is 2023 year-to-date budget activity. Additional funds, you can see those that are highlighted in the blue. Those are the ones that we will be sure to keep an eye on. RCPD operation, of course, is attributed to their percentage of their appropriation being paid out at the beginning of the year. Special alcohol program, that's just based on the percentage of the point in time when those bills get paid. Those all should be fine by the end of the year, but of course, those are ones we'll keep an eye on. And if necessary, at the end of the year, do a budget amendment if needed. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next page, commissioners, are all enterprise funds. Enterprise funds derive their funding from those tax owners or property owners in that district. There are no general taxation dollars used in these funds. All of them are looking good at this point in time. They're all special benefit districts, but always like to emphasize no ad valorem taxes are used on any of these funds. Any questions on them, commissioners? Next report's that little bit more detailed breakout of the general, where I discussed that middle line item there, miscellaneous budget stabilization, $3,050,000, which keeps that percentage atypically low compared to most other budgets. The personnel I always like to review in there. That's personnel costs for separation of service for someone that leaves the county long-term employment or retires. There are no hourly salaries paid out of there. Any questions there, commissioners? That's one line on my item. I do know, commissioners, based on projections, will be going up over double next year. So it's from the midst of budget season. Next report, comparison of 2022 to 2023 expenditures. This is a report we developed years ago for commissioners just to get a snapshot of April to April within each department, and also year to date through April for each department. If there's any large differences, commissioners would like to get further explanation on that, we'd be glad to. It's not always a year to year, month to month, apples to apples comparison. Any questions on those reports, commissioners? Next is RCPD expenses paid by Riley County. County commissioners know, hear me say it nauseum, but it's for education of the taxpayers as well. All of these expenditures, other than budget appropriations, are all paid 100% by Riley County, the public entity. No other public entity provides any of these costs for medical expenses or building expenses or building facilities for RCPD. Riley County pays for those 100%. I like this next report a little bit better, gives you a better snapshot, year to year comparison, 2016 through 2023. Unfortunately, do anticipate physician medical to be high again this year. We've been on a high trend for, this will be the 4th year now, as just due to the numbers of population we have and the health of that clientele within that facility. State law dictates whatever procedure they need in our custody, we're responsible to pay for. Once again, can't emphasize enough, Riley County pays for those wholly. No one else does. Any questions on those, commissioners? I always like to keep an eye on building maintenance, but it's really done pretty good for several years. It can, as you know, yeah, knock on wood, please. It can go up in a hurry because that is a sizable facility. Any questions on those, commissioners?
I actually,
Next,
oh, I was
Go
gonna say,
ahead.
I'd actually expect a couple expenditures probably this year. Security, technology related.
yep, security technology related. You know, that's one of the unfortunate things when we originally built that facility. And it's part of the reason we went with a different method on the facility we're doing now. You know, you do the best and lowest bid, and we did the lowest bid, and a lot of the technology, unbeknownst at that time, was behind the timeline when it was installed originally. So that's why building maintenance for this facility and construction was high early on. It's been under control, but I am aware they are having security concerns in the jail area that will need to be upgraded, but that's part of it. Next is our CPD offsite medical inmate medical expenses paid by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. You can see in the pool balance of 31,000. The expenses now are at 22,000 as remaining. I do anticipate that to get expended rather quickly this year due to what I was discussing earlier. Right now we're doing okay. ADP, average daily population, is 117.5. So that's a high amount, and that also attributes to that cost. Any questions on any of those, commissioners? Once again, commissioners, if you take more time to review those, come up with any questions, staff would be glad to research them and get you the information you would like. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, next you have Amanda Webb at 9:15.
So. This is gonna be. Is given.
Well, I didn't take this game in last night, a lot better this morning, we went to bed.
Oh, the cold fronts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought we were really gonna get something, but
I
I
was
went up
hoping,
north again.
I was hoping.
I got quarter size hail over.
I got some hail, I thought I was in bed by that time I heard it.
I may have, but I didn't hear it.
I looked out the window, found a flashlight, and I was just about 2 sides for it. Oh, wait a second.
So we need some.
Yeah, I just planted, my entire garden is now planted, so, you know, I got a lot of plants.
So it has to be just.
Well, I have to get all my basic. You know, trying to know all the things to play. I got some, probably to talk.
So then.
Yes.
So
Oh, ton of space. Yeah. Yeah, I love sweet potatoes. Oh, I like sweet potatoes.
I said, what kind is it? They didn't know.
Give me the sweet ones. I like sweet potatoes with just the cider, nothing else on them.
I'll steam them with my asparagus.
I think they make the best fries.
Huh?
They make the best fries.
Yeah, my wife will make some homemade ones sometimes.
Mhm. I buy those
Branded.
Alex fries.
Are they good?
Oh, yeah. They don't have,
Where do you get those at?
oh, the, in the freezer. Yeah, it's, because they don't add anything to it.
Mhm,
Just
right,
like
just
some
say
sea
it.
salt, little salt. And they're really good. It's a lot less work.
Yeah, they are. My favorite soup is one that makes homemade French fries, so I love those. Hamburgers, or sliders and sliders. And
I've got the little slicer where you can slice them thin, and you can make chips.
Oh, cool.
I can do that in the air fryer. I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna try it.
Wife's done that every once in a while in the oven.
Yeah.
With the chips.
The air fryer is good for this. These are frozen.
And then.
There's not much you can't do with that air fryer.
Yeah,
Is there a number one?
I've got like a dual setting. I can time it so they get done at the same time.
Now they're making your standard ovens with air fryers in them.
Yeah.
That's how popular they are.
Because.
Yeah, they get bigger.
I know, you cook like a whole deer or something in there.
Yeah, you probably.
So this ties in, and this is just like. I'm gonna.
Devin, how you doing?
Good.
Good.
Morning.
Not for the sake of having- the sake of having-
Oh, yeah.
So once a year, of course, we get together. and talk about those, like, what are we doing for the sex?
So you staying healthy? Sounds like it's kind of got you surrounded. Yeah. No, I haven't got it yet. Especially cold or allergies or something.
But making like work sessions. So maybe if we're talking about something. It wasn't. So.
Yes.
So I think that's our first challenge, is kind of thinking about. Number one, what we want to do.
Devin, you get up first, yeah, I need to. It's my go. You know. Might go this upcoming weekend. Hopefully it's not too late. Oh, it's not. It just then you got to deal with more ticks, and snakes and bugs. I feel like every time I go out, I track it. I like to do it early, but and I've only been out once. I do archery and only got out once and focus on getting my daughter a turkey and got her a turkey. So Blake took out the son-in-law here in town, and they both doubled up on once the first morning now. So he thinks turkey hunting's easy, you know, because it's like 20-minute hunt. It was the perfect hunt. It's like a it's not always like this. I took my brother one year. We just set up. We were right close to just taking right down, like so 5 minutes got. It's not like this. Yeah. I get used to that. So I need to get out. Now I think my youngest daughter, she called me last night, so turkey season, and I think she wants to get out, so. Yeah. I just do take other people out or call them out rather than shooting the bow. I like shooting the bow. Yeah. I tried that a few years. Couldn't do it. You gotta do it in the blind. Yeah. You gotta have one. And I don't like hunting blind except for that.
Okay.
Right, good morning, Commissioners, Amanda Webb, Planning Director. Before we get into my item, just a quick side note, I am going out with Dr. Presley this afternoon on site visits, which is why I'm a little underdressed, so I wasn't gonna have time to go home and change, so I apologize, but I wanted to explain why I'm
Oh.
like that today. Actually, I might be like that the whole week. We'll just see what we get to do, so. So the item I have before you is our solid waste management plan. As you know, the state requires us to do an annual review. Us as in the solid waste management committee, I have a couple members here in the crowd. So we have had our meetings and we've had our discussions, and I believe also, as you folks know, next year, our 5-year update, our full update, if you will, is due. So we of course decided to keep this update pretty minimal. It really wasn't, sensible to really get too in depth when that's what we're going to be starting on later this year, due next May to the state. So a lot of what we have proposed to change is pretty much what we do every year. These last few years that I've been here, that we've been doing it, just updating our committee list, updating the list with you folks' names and titles. And there was some struck out language that had kind of been holding on for the last few years that we're just gonna go ahead and delete to remove that confusion. So again, very, very basic, very minor what we're doing here this time around. And we've already been they were having discussions, of course, even before I got here with Monty and everything. We have a list already that we're going to be looking at again when we do our 5-year review. So it'll definitely be a lot bigger, a lot more to talk about later. So just a quick note too, of course, David Kreller is here. He is our new chair for the Solid Waste Management Committee. So he's here for moral support, of course. So if you have any questions for those folks or any questions for me, we can do that now before we move on. Okay. All right, so again, pretty basic this time around. And so once you folks are comfortable and hopefully approve our changes, I can get it transmitted to the state meter deadline.
Question? Yeah, I'll go ahead and move to approve the solid waste management plans annual review for forwarding to Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second to approve the solid waste management plan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, gentlemen. Next, Commissioner, we have a press conference at 9:30. 2 items on there. Don, you got any K-State baseball games?
I can't find anybody ever wants to go.
I always think about it, but I never do.
They've kind of really come on us late. They put
Yeah,
both the pitching and the hitting together at the same time. The hitting's just taken off.
yeah, sounds like it.
Mhm.
10-run rule them.
Yeah,
You going any Greg?
No,
they've scored double figures in like 6 of the last 9 games or something.
Like Lyman got a nice extension.
yes.
I haven't heard the details of it.
8 years, 44 million.
On that pocket change.
44 million.
Over 80,
Over 8 years.
Yes.
average is 5.5 million.
That's stepping it up a little bit for us.
Well, but it wasn't that much. It said his existing one, he was making. Saw something, he was gonna make 3.9 this year, but now he makes 4.8.
Yeah, it averages out to about
Still,
one.
still puts him only like fourth or fifth in the Big 12.
I think what a lot of those coaches and coaches like this, you know, if they're happy where they're at, they negotiate and offset, okay, here's what I want my coordinators to make.
Yes,
That way
that's
they
what I
can
read.
build.
They said he could, you know, that's one thing I was saying, they said. Maybe could have gotten more than it's probably, but he got a pretty good raise for his staff already.
Well, if you can't live off that, Manhattan with me.
Yeah. There's something wrong. They're living in the wrong place. Yeah, a lot of coaches still pass. Well, not either, so.
I think he'll be here.
He's important, but I think he's a general manager.
Well,
That's on the message board, you know, we gotta make, yeah, Gene Taylor's done a great job, make sure he don't want to go back to Iowa or something. He's 66 this summer, he's not gonna start a new job. Wouldn't think.
I don't think he goes anywhere while Taylor's here.
That's what I was, no, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, that's
Taylor's
what he
gonna be-
said too.
Taylor's gonna- I don't think he's going to play because he's. Or not be, not want to jump in, I wouldn't think.
I'm curious to see if volleyball now can make some inroads, you know, because we had a really good program at one time, but like to see them get going.
we got the new facilities. They help.
Planted another peach tree yesterday. Planted apple, Reliance. It's supposed to be good for our area, we'll see. Peach tree and an apple tree this year, and I planted a thorn tree next year.
Check them from the dinner.
Yeah, but little wire
The
cages
wire
around
cages.
until they get bigger, you know, if they get so big, then they'll usually leave them alone, but. If they don't, then you're breaking their antlers up and down. I need to get something around the base of that, I forgot to do yesterday, I was gonna steal it off. I got one of the ways away, the old white wrap around it, so put it on that little tree to protect it, forgot to, I need to do that.
I put the rabbits. Shoot on them.
Got a lot of rabbits in our area.
I've seen a lot of them. Probably a lot of coyotes out there.
The foxes too, foxes really prey on fox thing, coyotes, there's a lot of coyotes in Manhattan.
Now that my neighbors killed most foxes. Bunnies have come back. Cows were really howling the other night.
Good, how are you?
It's real funny. I heard them howling, so I went out and for it. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
Echo, my little dog.
I'm gonna say.
He
it was
started
dog-
howling. He'll howl. He was howling, and pretty soon they quit. I guess they thought he was. I don't know if they were coming after him or if you can't just say, okay, come with us or.
So I like to have a male dog around out of our place, just to
That helps.
help them distance the females, they good, but the males are more aggressive. Chocolate will have me love chasing coyotes,
Really.
too slow to catch them, love chasing.
Well, my daughter was here. We was filming with her two German shepherds. We had a lot of coyotes that actually came around,
Oh, yeah, sure,
checking them out, I guess.
yeah, for sure.
But we didn't have them.
Can be, it's good enough size, all it's great, they're not that big, but
No.
if there are two or three of them together, that's what for trouble, you can on a dog, or Charlotte, how you doing? when it can. Riskier. Yeah.
Surprising, look at that creek. Man, don't get deer out there.
That county, lot that we had in Leonardville and the one in Riley too. We used to have some rubble in there. And we went on a tour of all the county facilities one time. The Parker County Commission meeting went there. And there was a fox that had a den in that pile of rubble there. Outside, right at the edge of Leonardville.
Oh, and Leonard, oh, yeah.
Thanks, sir.
You bet.
Oh, my daughter
Yeah,
had
I thought it was a fox.
some boxes under her barn. And
There was
they went,
a couple of years ago, this one. One of downtown.
they're beautiful.
Had little babies and bring it
Okay.
out.
So cute.
Everybody always kind of stay away. You very protective out there watching every big way.
That's usually why the foxes stay closer to the small towns. The coyotes will kill them,
Mhm.
run them and kill them. Yeah, they're a pretty critter.
Joel said she couldn't figure out, one day they see this big fox running by, they had no country. Oh, no, I'm gonna get my back. Then pretty soon, the next day, I see all the poor little foxes out
Oh.
playing, you know, but they were under one of the barns.
Oh.
So they lost the rabbit, they couldn't figure out what happened to the rabbit, it was inside the building, apparently.
Pretty good. Are you?
I think that.
It was nice that during the weekend mass, they recognized those people on the councils. Thanks for all that work. Well, it's a big deal, as you know. Plus you get probably plenty of advice
Oh, I bet.
from just about everybody.
You know what? Honestly,
Mhm.
nobody's ever talked to me about
Really.
basically,
Nothing in town.
and I run the meeting. I have very little religion. I kind of figure I'm just the sounding board, and apparently I have the records of the fastest parish council meetings.
That's good, though. That's good. They don't turn into stream of consciousness meetings by people who are not in meetings all day.
Nobody's kind of keep going.
Yeah.
I spent time on the elementary school site council many decades ago. And I served one term, and that was fine with me because
They used to.
having been on it for a while, when I took over, I actually used a timer. I said, I'm gonna do 2 minutes each time when somebody talks or something. I think they thought I was a little extreme, but otherwise we were there for hours.
Yeah. So I don't have a lot of. What they read about.
Oh, yeah.
I figured people really do that.
Sure.
Limited season in certain areas.
Really?
Thinning out the deer. Getting there.
And I don't think we need them as laid back.
Or even in town, I think the same.
That's true. She made me say
Comes
that.
up in your own. choice, you can choose.
Oh.
But I don't see any area. It's.
Where can you do that?
Can't just never again. You can't do that.
Well, that's true. It must have been in town.
Yeah, you
I
can do that.
No, that's what I.
No.
I thought.
It's turned out.
It is. It is.
Did you do that archery or anything?
I've been able to.
Let's keep, we had an archery range set up. Probably was good.
It is in the city of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they're all-
Good time.
Not quite. That's a little.
We need a countdown clock.
Yeah.
No, it is, that's time.
Good time. All right. Commissioner Ford and I were chatting here before, came up here, and it's a busy week right now. It's a busy time for us, and I'm sure for all of you, we've got a lot of stuff going on. This is obviously KSU graduation week, amongst other things. We're assisting with security for that. When I left the PD, we are doing our swearing in ceremony for 3 new police officers today and 2 correction officers. So we're happy about that. Still dealing with some pretty significant staffing issues, concerns, and corrections. We're starting to make some progress on the sworn side. So definitely keep trying to, or do our recruiting efforts and such throughout the year, and hopefully we can keep addressing some of that stuff. April was National Telecommunications Week. We've got several of those going on right now. This week is actually National Correction Officers Week. So we'll be doing some things to recognize corrections this week and our employees. Next week will be National Police Week. It coincides with May 15th, I believe, is the National Peace Officer Memorial Day. I think it's been around since President Kennedy declared that several years ago. But it's just a day to recognize law enforcement, and especially those that have lost their lives in the line of duty. So we'll be doing some things next week with our police officers to recognize that. We are also working on May 24th is the ribbon cutting for NBAF. And so we've been doing preparations with them. I don't think it's a secret anymore. I think it's come out. There's been some announcements on that. But we've been doing some significant planning to assist them with security for that event. It's going to be a pretty large event on that day. So having weekly meetings with them, and we're going to have a pretty good presence up there to assist with that, and should be a great event. We also this afternoon be going to Leonardville for the EMS station. I think AD Muldrick and I are planning on going up there if we can and stuff for that. So it's pretty exciting ribbon cutting event as well. And then we were talking about Pillsbury Crossing. You may have noticed we had a lot of activity there on Saturday. I think it was a collection of things. It's the end of the semester for the college, and the weather was obviously extremely warm on Saturday and Sunday. I'm glad we got the rain last night. Kind of cooled off today, by the way. We responded out there, and actually several officers responded. And Saturday was a very busy day too. I think we had 3 road races. We had the Flint Hills Fest going on at the Discovery Center, and then there was a mural opening with Be Able that we were assisting with. So Saturday was a pretty good challenge, but got through it. A lot of kids out there, a lot of folks, and we ended up calling Wildlife and Parks, and then ultimately they made the decision, it's their park, to shut it down on Saturday. We're going to be looking at having some increased staffing over the summer. We typically do that and stuff. This is maybe a little earlier than we have had, that kind of amount of people out there in the past, but we'll continue to monitor and work with Wildlife and Parks. They were wanted to kind of have some discussions with us on long-term solutions, kind of for that area and such. Other than that, that's all I got.
That's a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Take care.
Be safe out there.
How's it going? Good. How are you? Yeah.
Good morning, Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer. Just wanted to make sure the public is aware. Wednesday, May 10th is the due date for second half taxes. As always, we've got several ways that we can help you out with this. You can drop those payments off, come to our office in person until 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. We do have the drop box in front of the building. If you want to drop it off after hours. We also currently have a drop box right inside the lobby that you can just come in and drop it off in the lobby. You can pay by cash, check, credit card. There is a convenience fee added if you pay in our office by credit card of 2.5%. You can also pay online at www.rileycountyks.gov. You can pay by credit or debit card, or also by e-check. There is that 2.5% convenience fee added if you do it by credit card, and there's a $2 processing fee if you use an e-check. You can also pay by phone if you call 1-800-272-9829. And also by mail, as long as it's postmarked by that May 10th deadline. Interest will start accruing on Thursday, May 11th. And also another reminder that any personal property taxes, intangibles, watercraft, or heavy truck taxes, if those are not paid, you will not be able to process any motor vehicle transactions in our office until those are taken care of. All right. Right.
And then we'll drop off there later today.
All right, we'll take it. All right, have a good day.
Thanks, Al. Next Commissioner, you have Mr. Holman. 35 plants, you can go for the whole time?
Yes. Please.
Oh, sorry.
Did everything, we'll give you that.
Okay. Go ahead and move that the county commission, including Chairwoman Pokey and Vice Chairman Ford and Commissioner McKinley, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, County Counselor, attorney for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, with the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 10:05 a.m. Human Resource Officer Manager Elizabeth Ward and Budget and Finance Officer Carol Edie will also be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session and coming out at 10:05. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Okay. I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded, the board come out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I also move that the record reflect no binding action taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that no binding action was taken during executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners. Go ahead.
Dawn.
Good morning.
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 So we have an opportunity to send one of ours, EM staff to California to a national conference and bring back some exciting information about communications and animals and disasters and just some different opportunities that the CERT program is offering out there. And we're excited that Kansas Division of Emergency Management has agreed to pay for everything. So we're asking for your permission to send Baldwin out of state. Do you have any questions on that?
San Francisco.
Yeah.
When was this last
And I just get to go to Topeka. Nothing too exciting.
Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah.
Go ahead then and make a motion to approve the out of state or travel request for Baldwin Fisher and the Emergency Management Department.
I'll second.
The moved and second. Good to approve the out of state travel request for Baldwin Fisher. Out of state. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Corey. I'm not saying starting all over.
Okay,
Have
A
talk
lot of
about
information,
information.
especially timeline too, if we're gonna financially prepare. I'm not sure, I know times when stuff is planned, but they're getting close to wanting to do that, so. It's my other part of second half of this is a request for out of state travel to San Diego. Is the San Francisco where emergency management go. I was back in August, closer to week before Labor Day. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. American Public Works Association has their annual conference in San Diego that weekend, and asking that I go this month.
so that's a cost of round trip flight.
So far,
Very reasonable.
yeah,
As I'm going.
the Lori's deal was better.
Yeah.
Free, yeah, well. Public Works Association's not that desperate to get people there, I guess.
This is-
Didn't go last year, the year before I went, tried to separate this one from these, so. Evan gets to, we can go, we can split them up, or he goes to one, I go to the other. Found that last, 2 years ago was my first time at APWA. It's got a really nice exhibition. Has a lot of the same equipment and more of it. And to deal with, get to see a little more of the sewer and water infrastructure. And have more of those kind of education sessions than county road engineer stuff would do. Different things on parks. This year, I think they're having more of a. They always have leadership classes, which are helpful, and I think one of the key speakers is culture, workplace culture.
Now, is this in your budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it didn't say in the.
No, it is in the budget. Plan on, it's, I think it's been in there for quite a while.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the out-of-state travel request. John Elman, Public Works.
A second.
So moved and seconded to approve the out-of-state travel request from Joe Young. All in favor? Aye.
Trevor, please sign. Thank you. Thank you, John. Next commissioner, it is time for Catherine Hensler. Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you? Good morning, commissioners. Happy Monday. I'd like to start off our monthly staff report with some wonderful news. Probably see that number one on here is visitation and tours, and our numbers exploded in the month of April, which is fabulous. So at the museum, we had 213 visitors, 89 to the Goodnow House, 470 to the Wolf House Museum, which is due to all of our school field trips, and 81 to the Pioneer Log Cabin, which is way above average. Volunteer hours for the month totaled 110, almost 111, and were generated by a total of 31 volunteers. So those numbers are rising as well, and we're very pleased with that. Our board of directors for the Historical Society also contributed an additional
When I submitted this, it was 42.5. It's now up to 72 hours in the month of April. So we're seeing a lot of great participation from all of our constituents. And then we had one community service worker in April who assisted with outdoor cleaning and contributed 15.5 hours. Education and outreach, like I said, April was field trip month, so we were very busy with field trips rather than the usual outreach programs that we do. So lots of planning goes into that, a lot of prep, lots of logistics, and a lot of team members' time is designated to that project. We did have 432 students and teachers who visited the Wolf House Museum during the last 2 weeks of April. So if you swing by the museum this week, everyone's got big bags under their eyes from lack of sleep. It's been very busy, but it's been wonderful work. I was able to go down and help out with the field trips 3 times during those 2 weeks. And I will say it's a whole lot more fun than sitting in front of a computer. It was nice to see the kids, the great questions, the students, the interaction. And again, the way that our volunteers step up and help out with these programs. So during those volunteers, the kids or the volunteers are set up in stations and the children rotate through. And so they get to experience hands-on interpretive programs at each of those different stations. And those can include what people would do during the Victorian era in the form of washing clothes, toys and games, food and food preparation, Victorian era entertainment, a number of things like that. So they get about an hour's worth of fully immersive historical education. Our new curator of education and design, Melanie Highsmith, led that program, and she did an absolutely wonderful job. She also had the additional assistance of some of our other staff, particularly Don Munger, who's our curator of collections, who stepped up and really helped out with logistics and behind the scenes coordination. Lastly, just to note, we do have 2 more field trips taking place in May. One will be at the Goodnow House and, well, I should say, they will both be at the Goodnow House and the museum. And so that'll bring our numbers up by approximately another 100 for field trips in 2023, which is equivalent to pre-COVID numbers. So we're also very happy to be able to reestablish our field trip programs just as they were years ago. Lastly, the Riley County Historical Society does provide, excuse me, a grant to the school district to help with transportation costs. So the kids can get bused up to our field trip locations at no cost to the schools. On April 18th, Curator Highsmith and myself participated in the Came in Focus program, which is monthly. We do that on the third Monday of every month. And last month, we talked about Grow Green Match Day. The Historical Society decided to designate all of the income made on that day to the restoration process of the Wolf Photography Studio, which is that small little white building down on the Wolf Historic District that is in great need of repair and restoration. So as of when this report was submitted, we raised $9,136 through Grow Green. We haven't yet been notified of what our match is, but it equates to about a 50% match, which could and should bring that total up to over $13,000. That will be the highest grossing Grow Green that our organization has participated in so far. In the Department of Collections within the museum for the month of April, 4 donations came in, and that totaled 27 individual artifact items. Curator Munger was able to process 6 backlog collections, which totaled 47 individual artifact items, which were accessioned into the museum's collection. As I mentioned earlier, Curator Munger also put in a fair number of hours assisting with Wolf House field trips in April. And then on April 19th, the Historical Society's Collections Committee met to review 1 item for consideration for deaccession for the collection. The committee did come back and requested some additional information on that item, in which Curator Munger will fill that request and present her findings at the next quarterly meeting as to whether or not that item will get deaccessioned. In our archives and library, Curator Glasgow managed 8 new incoming patron requests for the public and 12 internal requests. And those usually come from museum staff people and county staff people. There was 1 appointment made to utilize the research library and 2 walk-ins occurred in the month of April. She continues to follow up with outstanding requests submitted in previous months. The county museum facility is preparing for spring and summer, and through the help of Public Works and the Parks Division, they have really cleaned up the site. It looks beautiful. They've cleaned up the landscaping and made us look very presentable. And we're really grateful for that assistance. With the warmer weather, we'll also be looking into more intense cleanup efforts on the interior, which will include going back to that workroom that still has a section that needs to be cleaned out, as well as temporary storage, the Dallas Gallery, and some of the administrative areas. So you will see a lot of activity in the cleanup department of the museum. The Kansas SHPO has formally approved our research and request to install an interpretive kitchen garden at the No House Historic Site, which is co-managed by the Riley County Historical Museum, the Riley County Historical Society, which is the nonprofit arm of our organization, and the Kansas Historical Society. The Extension Office has been very helpful in providing us with research. And once Kansas One Call clears all of the utilities, we hope to break ground. Our museum assistant, Derek Doty, has really been the spearhead of this project. He's done the research, created the plans, and we're very pleased that they include both historical accuracy as well as educational opportunities for our museum, our staff, and the general public. But we hope that everything is completed by the end of May. Ideally, that's when we'd like to have the plants all planted by. But we are all up to the mercy of the various parties involved, whether that be the utility companies, the group that we hope to have plow and till, and then the volunteers who can step forward to help us with planting. We are currently recruiting volunteers for this effort. So if you know anyone that's got a green thumb that would like to learn a little bit more about a historical interpretive garden, we'd be happy to talk to them.
Extension has that master gardener program.
We do.
Assume talking to them, I think they'd be.
Yes, we will be. Yep. We're first because we're not quite ready to bring everybody on board. We're just recruiting volunteers, but we will be reaching out to them as well. As you probably already do know, the Goodman House was broken into on Wednesday, April 26th. I reported this event to the Riley County Police Department, who investigated and ultimately made an arrest. The Kansas Historical Society is the owner of that site. And so the county really does not have much involvement other than your staff is managing that site. So myself, I serve as the facilitator and the overseer of that property. So the Kansas Historical Society should be noted as the victim. I will say the report that was printed in the newspaper, it listed the Riley County Historical Museum as the victim. That is inaccurate. So I have reached out to them and provided them with clarifying information. However, one window was destroyed. It's a 6x6 historic window. The frame was destroyed. One historic crockery lid was broken, and then 2 of the interior shades were also damaged. The cost of repairs will fall on the Kansas Historical Society and the Riley County Historical Society, the nonprofit arm, based upon page 2, item 4 in the Goodnow House MOA that was signed in 1996. No damage was incurred upon county property, and the county has no financial obligations to these repairs. And due to the continued nature of vandalism and property damage at all of our historic sites, or threatening all of our historic sites, I am working with the Kansas Historical Society to come up with a viable security plan for all of those properties. I will note that the Riley County Historical Museum has a facility-wide security system. So we are well covered with the county property. As far as special projects, Curator Highsmith continues to plan, design, and create a new temporary exhibit that we hope to have installed at the end of June, and it will open to the public on January 1st. The new exhibit will feature tools and trades of the turn of the century medical field in Riley County, primarily from the collection of W.H. Clarkson, which the museum is the owner of. And just always to note, any of the exhibits and admission to the Riley County Historical Museum is free. The Historical Society, so the museum's nonprofit arm, recently approved a contract with Talus Pay, which will allow the organization to finally take credit card payments. And that will include, it can be utilized for sales with their gift store, membership dues, ticket sales, anything that the society may be running that they'll need to charge for. This is a huge step in the right direction of modernization of the museum. And we hope will also be very convenient for our constituents. The Historical Society has also approved the window and door restoration contract for the Wolf Photography Studio. And that's through John Wood with Woodworks Restoration. The preliminary work has already begun in April, and we hope for it to be concluded by the end of the summer. The property does sit inside a historic district designated by the National Register, and so the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation will have to be followed. And I am serving as that project manager. As far as other Historical Society preservation projects taking place, they are considering some additional repair to the masonry at the Wolf House Museum, plaster repair on the interior of the Rocky Ford Schoolhouse, the restoration of the merry-go-round on the same grounds, and pending repairs to the Pioneer Log Cabin window that was damaged in March by vandalism. And the Historical Society is still working on their new website, logo, and branding package. We hope to have that done sometime by the summer. And that will again just be replacing the logo they've been using since 2014, which is a bit out of date and just doesn't meet current specs for technology. And again, these costs will be covered by the Historical Society and not by Riley County. And lastly, we just have a few upcoming events to share. Tomorrow night, we'll be hosting our first fireside chat, which is a new program and a new partnership with Light Crew Coffee. Essentially, it's going to be a short presentation. Myself and Curator Highsmith will be leading this presentation, and then we hope to generate some conversation from our community. We're looking at new programs to try and attract a new demographic as well. We're hoping this will bring people in who maybe haven't had the interaction with the museum before, but we want to encourage conversation. We want to teach a little bit about our county's history, and best of all, it's free to the public. And we hope everybody will consider joining us. It's going to be fun. And then lastly, the Riley County Historical Society will be hosting their quarterly meeting with Marla Day. And it's titled Sunbonnets and Calico, Clothing of the Kansas Frontier. That will be held on June 20th. Be hosted at the Manhattan Public Library, 7 p.m. and again, free and open to the public. Any questions? Okay,
Very thorough.
thank you very much. Have a great day.
Mr. Holmes.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Raleigh County Councilor, here to present the pending projects list from our department. Scroll down. Yes, another fence view coming up. I think you've got a total of 4 that are going to be set. Depending on how the packets read as they come in, and those that are out there right now. So it's fence viewing season for some reason. Haven't had that in a few years. Certainly haven't had that many requested at one time, but we do have that to look forward to. I will, for the benefit of anybody watching from the public, I will point out that the purpose of a fence view really is when there's a partition fence dividing 2 adjoining real properties and they're not being used in the same manner. One is pasture, one is crop. Then you potentially have a fence view. And the purpose of the fence view is simply to assign maintenance responsibility, or in some circumstances, the cost of putting up a partition fence, depending on the ownership of the parcels. And that's too much in the weeds to go into right now. But so it's not to settle every boundary dispute. That is not what a fence view is for. There's kind of a misconception out there sometimes that that is the purpose, and it is not. Doesn't mean that it cannot be, that it won't be sometimes a time-consuming process. It at least will require a field trip out to take a look, for the board to take a look at what the situation is, and then hear from both sides of the property, because we always include, I always include notice to the owners of both parcels, so that those who have an interest have their chance to see the proceeding and to give any input that they have. And then the board can make a decision. In a simple one, you can actually announce it there at the property. Sometimes it requires that you kind of mull things over and then make an announcement later on. Sometimes in the past, depending on the situation, it's actually required a full dress hearing here in the commission, but that's a rare. And it's not something that we try to make happen. I don't know that any of these are in that category. I have no reason to suspect it right now, but I'll keep it posted. You heard today from the district court and from the county attorney about this resolution docket under district court's heading here. And so you'll have that to make a decision as to whether or not it's something the board supports. And move on down. Now that just makes a reference to something during the prior period about a 127-page conference committee report dealing with Senate Bill 8, host of 9, and dealing with a whole host of legislative issues that was in front of the legislature late in the session. We've got a teams meeting scheduled tomorrow, actually with the city attorney for Leonardville, to discuss getting that alley open to the site for the new North County ambulance station. Make sure that gets done according to the discussions of the parties up to this point. And now that's just a duplication of that resolution docket. Now, various items listed in just terms of helping departments with a number of different legal issues during that reporting period, as is what normally happens. And also on an pending appeal, we've got a district court appeal in Prairiewood on the liquid art winery. That is moving forward. There actually will be a hearing on that. The hearing is now set for sometime in late August for a discussion, so for an argument by the parties to the district court. And for the Christian church is pending an appeal to the Court of Appeals that the board is challenging on appeal the decision of the findings of the district court of Lyon County, which again, that judge actually heard the case because the local district court judges had recused themselves. Those are the ones most worth talking about it. I'd be glad to answer any questions you've got on this. I have no questions. That's all I have on the project list. And although I'm scheduled to make a budget presentation shortly, I'm told that I may need to table that. Some more discussions with the budget and finance people in terms of a couple of questions I wanted to ask about things. So I'll know more when we get closer to 10:50. Just
4 minutes.
Just letting you know, as usual on Monday, it's tough to run everybody down. But unless you have questions, that's all you know.
Well, David,
Not too bad, yourself?
any coffee yet?
No. I'm golfing this weekend instead.
That.
My wife's out of town starting on Thursday, so I figure I can go fishing after work.
While it's raining.
Well, we'll wait and see if it really does rain.
I know. Unfortunately,
You know,
bigger chance that it will not,
right.
but it's been going.
Yep.
It's been good.
Now prepping for high school graduation and daughter going overseas for 2.5 months and yeah, daughter finishing up one of her college classes and
Busy time of the year,
yep.
as our agenda will show you.
There's just something up.
Need to throw the phone, but somebody. That was.
Yeah.
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 Commissioners, Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor, although I thought I'd escaped making the budget presentation. So, you have the same memo that I'm gonna go through here in front of you. As I indicate in the budget memorandum, the total budget request for our department I'm making for 3 Cs, contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay, is $51,795. That obviously does not include personnel. It doesn't that's not the part that individual departments, mine or anyone else's control. That's obviously something that the board develops for countywide. It does, the request that I'm providing you does represent an approximate 8.08% increase from the amount budgeted in 2023. And then I go through with the description of why that is. There are line items, I've identified 4 of them with increases, and I've given you a reason for each increase. Ranging from postage, freight, and shipping to a $500 increase to advertising and legal publications, a $100 increase. And going to jump on down to the one that's the biggest increase, and that's for legal services, a $5,000 increase in that line item. That's based on, as the narrative indicates, a discussion I've had with our county appraiser. That line item is what we use to pay outside counsel Mike Montoya for representing the county at the Board of Tax Appeals. And it's no surprise, I don't think, that we're about to see a lot more activity on that. Not just from those recent valuation increases that have generated a lot of public comment, but also we've got a number of larger Board of Tax Appeals cases involving dark store issues that are finally getting to the point where they're moving through the system at the Board of Tax Appeals. And Mr. Montoya's got a good working relationship with both the county appraiser and our office. He's very good at discussing with the county appraiser, because I encouraged Anna, our county appraiser, to have this conversation with Mike. What can we really expect in terms of activity in the upcoming year, given what I just described to you about Board of Tax Appeals cases suddenly dealing with some of the dark store matters, as well as just other issues, but on big cases, because those are the ones that the appraiser's office obviously wants to use him in, what we routinely do. So I was given a range. This is within that range. It is not at the top of that range. And I know Mike does a very good job of knowing exactly, based on his long experience in trials in front of the Board of Tax Appeals. He has a pretty good sense, as anybody who's in the court tribunal on a regular basis. You can usually kind of get a feel for what are the chances that this is going to be successful, what issues are going to be important to them, what do the staff attorneys for the Board of Tax Appeals think about certain things, because they make recommendations when asked by the sitting members of the board. The great unknown, of course, is that membership on the board churns. I mean, it's not the same people normally. Every time that you have cases in front of them, so you have to take account of that as well. Mike's a good trial lawyer. And he's not afraid to say, this is one we need to be a little flexible on because of this proof issue, that proof issue, whatever it is, in terms of what's the best and most economical way to prosecute these cases. And defend the county's value when it should be defended, and back away from a value if there is information that's presented that suggests that that value is not going to be sustained by the Board of Tax Appeals. The reason being, of course, is because all these years, for back years, they carry interest with them if there's a refund. And on a big case, that can be the lion's share of the real potential liability for the county. So, didn't mean this to be an advertisement for Mike, but I can't help it. He's good at what he does. And I just want to make sure the board understands we have confidence that the funds we direct toward this are being well used. Doesn't mean you're going to win every one of them, but he's not afraid to say when something is something that needs to be, we need to have a little flexibility because of one issue or another regarding the proof that's going to be in front of the board. As I said, that's the biggest increase, and I wanted to zero in on that, and I don't want to take the next person's time. Everyone's so excited always to get up there. Anyhow, I don't want to deprive anybody of that privilege. But I'd be glad to answer any questions.
I'm just sure I've heard it before, but just clarify the BOTA, when they do make big reductions or something, it gets billed back to the school district or city, whoever, but the interest, is that all ours, or do we?
You're absolutely
We
right.
don't bill that back, that's,
We can't.
the interest is all ours.
That's the kill.
That's what
From the county's point of view, and that's a lot of times that's gigantic, depending on the number of years involved. And what gets lost is it's not even that so much that always surprises me, but a lot of times the local taxing districts lose sight of the fact we get a reduction, you're going to get a reduction because you don't get it now, but in a future distribution, that's going to be made up by whatever your share of what you received. If to the extent it's reduced, you're going to take a share of that. We don't have any choice. But you're absolutely right on interest. We don't share that with anybody.
That's all.
It's your privilege to pay that.
Well, the interest, I did have I've thought about this for a while. When the court continues it through no fault of our own, we don't get a deduction.
Oh, no.
That needs to be worked on.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Previous county appraiser said that was part of their strategy to help us.
Yep.
Push us along to settle, or
It is.
they're a favorable amount.
It is on the big cases. It's not only boxcarring all these cases together for waiting. Oh, let's just wait and not decide this one. Let's add on this year. Because, and we don't have any control of it. We can oppose it all we want. But the board, of course, would, as an administrative agency, they want to resolve all that they can at one time. But the clock's always ticking on that interest, and it's often used as a negotiating tactic by those who are challenging.
Cost you this much interest.
Absolutely.
So,
And
yeah.
then smaller counties particularly could be pushed into a position where they're agreeing to things they don't want to agree to because they can't afford what's likely to happen if they continue to go forward and defend what should be defended.
Because the industry interest rates is steep, isn't it?
Well, what is it, 10?
It was at 8.
It was 8 something.
Yeah, I honestly don't. I may be thinking of delinquent tax. I think that's 10%. I don't. All I know is it's more than we want to pay. And it can be significant in a large case. But I certainly can get back to you with that figure.
I just want to add, like I said, I just
So,
thought the district. Back up, I'll tell you.
Well, and what you said, Catherine, I would agree that it ought to be that way, that we ought to get a break. If particularly neither side is asking that something be continued and we show up or get ready to go and then it's not going to go, you would think that the clock would stop then, but it doesn't. The framework within which these cases go to vote has changed drastically over the years. from what it used to be. And just about every presumption, legal presumption under statute is against the county's value. It's built that way.
Who's in charge of it, the legislature?
Absolutely. You bet.
Okay.
Yep. That's the only body you have to convince. Change the rules.
An earlier music.
That's kind of good. I like that.
That's $50. It's outside. What's outside?
You know, they get
Yeah,
the-
charge them $50.
Well, thank you.
No.
What is this language you speak?
Okay.
One time for a look.
Anybody?
That'd be,
Yes, that's a good idea.
It's 11. It's 11. All right. Good morning again, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director. And I am here to start the conversation regarding requests for additional or expanded positions for 2024. This is just part of our budget cycle. It's one of the things that we ask department heads if they are going through requests from the commissioners, any type of expansion of their current positions or additional position. So we do have 3 requests this year on, and I guess I do want to point out this is phase 1. We will have a second phase of the additional requests on Monday. So we've got this group of positions and another group on Monday. So we have 3 in this grouping, and I do have an overview of those positions and their costs. There is attached a justification as well as a job description for each one of these positions from the department head. And I have asked the department heads to come and talk to you specifically about their justification for the positions. So unless you have a question specifically about the process, I'd like to just have Amanda come up and give you a quick overview and then have David do that. And then I'll just finish off with the assistant county attorney. Good morning again, Amanda Webb, Planning Director. So of course, we've talked about this one the last few years, having a second environmental health specialist position in the Planning and Development Office. And I've included a lot of the same information, of course, that you've heard before, but a couple additional things to add here. Of course, as you folks know, our position is vacant. It's been vacant for a couple of months. And that person was also out last year unexpectedly for an extended period of time. I would just say that if we were able to have a second position, both of those gaps could have been avoided. We would have had that second person available and still able to just keep performing the necessary tasks. Luckily, last year I was able to get a contract with somebody, but as you know, I have not been so lucky this year. So that's kind of one big thing to mention. That's been a little bit, of course, newer since the last few times I've asked for this. And again, just specifying again that the workload really does dictate to at least 2 people. It really does make sense to have at least 2 people in this role. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with this. And I believe I mentioned last time, I will mention again, burnout is a real thing. Of course, I lost my EHS position. He went to another place where he has more people. He's actually the manager, but he actually has more people in his department doing these things. So just things to think about in terms of the workload. Definitely would have plenty to do for 2 or more people. Kind of help avoid the burnout, and then just have somebody always there if there's vacations or sick time, or somebody gets hurt, or leaves their position, I would always have somebody as a backup to be there essentially and keep services moving forward. So. Any questions or comments? I don't want to keep a little bit of a nutshell, so since you folks know.
One, you're having trouble filling one. Is that?
I am having trouble, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
And
just,
I And I did mention that, of course, in my justification here. Yes, it's been very difficult filling one. The idea would be, or at least, in my head, mine and Elizabeth's head, if we could get, knocking on wood, the EHS position back, that maybe the second position could be more of an entry level, more of that technician that you folks had approved.
that was coming back quick, because you brought
Yeah.
that up last week or so, that
Right,
tech position is the
Yeah.
second one.
yeah, so
That
it would
might be
be, yeah. so
better
it's like
chance
Exactly.
Getting that one.
And then have on-the-job training, if you will, from that person who has all the knowledge and experience, and get that person up to speed. That it will be easier to find a technician than a specialist. I'll be honest, as you folks already know, we've had conversations about this the last couple of months, so.
Yeah.
And how long does it take to get them up to speed? If you hire a tech, how long does it take to do that?
It really depends. A lot of the applications we've received that might be more tech sided. They have a lot of water testing experience, which is important. Some of them have some level of soil analysis. They're like testing soil for contaminants or things like that. So it's less, actually getting into the ground and looking at everything. But soils are soils. So, if you kind of learn characteristics, that should, help you do the rest of it essentially. It's just going to be a matter of what their background already is, what kind of classes and other training that might be coming up that I can get them into. Just really honestly how quickly people learn and how much time, that if I had, the full regular EHS, how much time we would be able to devote to doing all of that. So it's really, I don't like saying I don't know, but that's really a difficult.
It might be 6 months, might be a year, whatever. So why don't you ask for another tech at this point? Another tech position as opposed to, since we haven't filled the environmental health specialist.
Yeah, and of course, is in the packet there, I gave, outlined a few different options that both Elizabeth and I have talked about, just different options if something works a little bit better than others. Obviously, ideally, we would love to have 2 full-on EHSs. That would be my ideal world, but understand that we might have to, even for our current single position that we have open, we're gonna have to possibly make some changes.
Just in regards to that question, I would just remind you of the way that our pay scale, the way that our pay policy works is that if you would approve 2 specialist positions, which is Amanda's ideal to get to 2 specialists so that we have 2 full specialists, we would likely have to start by hiring a tech, train them. They would have to get, I think 6 months is not realistic, looking at the job description and the candidates that are out there with, they have training, but they don't necessarily have the field experience that she wants. So we would be looking at growing a specialist, which is the idea there, so that she could ideally end up with 2 specialists, but she may have to grow them internally. So her request, I think, her ultimate request would be to have 2 specialist positions. We may have to start by hiring a tech, working our way into that in a 1 to 2 year period. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that would be, I think that the cost that we put out there would be the maximum cost for a specialist. We would probably not advertise for a specialist to begin with. If you would approve this position, they should come to you in 2024 and ask to open the position. And I would imagine we would open it for a tech position and grow from this.
But it does affect your bottom line as far as budget goes. So-
Absolutely, yeah. So if you would like us to specifically request a tech, there's no reason that we can't come back and do that. Yeah, we basically presented the max amount that we would be
That's the
asking
max
for.
amount, yeah, it is just like, how we come up with the final budget numbers is dependent, we're trying to keep our mill level lower, so that's.
Yeah.
We've got about 2 years.
Grow the position. Easier to fund. Easier to find. Sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Maybe Elizabeth said this at the beginning and I didn't catch it, but just want the board to know there's no necessarily expectation that you guys make a decision today. This is just part of the budget building process, so you have time to think about it. And these are things that are typically approved at the end of the budget, after you see you're comfortable in having the money. So don't want the commissioners to feel like you have to make a decision today, but it's a good idea to give staff direction, know which way you want to go.
Yeah, if you'd like to see something differently, we're happy to do that and bring it back. Or if you just want to hold and think about it, that's perfectly legitimate.
I don't think it's gonna be a surprise coming from me, but I'm gonna be saying no on all of them. It's just me.
When you said that a few months ago.
I've said that every year. That's why it's probably not a surprise.
Yeah.
Should we have David present his portion and you can give us a round at the end of this conversation? I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to forget about this.
Yeah.
No.
I don't want to forget about it either.
Sounds like tech position more realistic option. I say, well, even, and I didn't see it when I was looking last time, but I see, because that was one thing I thought of, even getting another system. I guess you have a partner. Even that would be a step, but have someone on that.
Probably about that, which is I can't remember.
Well, so they have one that's half time.
Yeah, we have it as needed, and so that doesn't happen.
It's needed.
It is.
Yeah, I do wrong.
It's not even a part-time, yeah.
It's not even.
Yeah, so it's just under 15,500, it's $15,000 plus 7.5% of benefits. But that is a possibility that you start putting some of those entry-level positions on an assistant.
I'd like to see that.
Might, like I say, might just price out the options of the tech and the
And they
assistant.
can, okay,
Give us a few more options to look at.
yeah, we can do that. We can create it on the comparison. Yeah, thank you, David.
Morning, Commissioners. David Adams, CMS Notes Director. And what I'm asking for is just expansion of our lowest level supervisors within our department. As I stated in my paperwork, we've been at the same structure in our department, the same number of people, captains, lieutenants, since 1995. So when we started that, we had 2 ambulances out of 1 station. Now we're going to be at 5 ambulances out of 5 stations. Our call volume has tripled. The workload on our supervisors, on our staff has gone up tremendously. Remind you that we're a department of 39 full-time people, but we do not have an administrative assistant. So we're trying to help, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you would, by having the lieutenants who are able to help us in the field at their stations, but also help us do some of this, this lower level data entry that Josh or I or Alex spend weeks or several hours every week just doing. So what we have found is as we go get bigger, we have more stations. We're losing touch with those stations. We're losing the ability to get things done, whether it is station inventory or station maintenance or vehicle maintenance and things like that. So we try to push our captains to be rounding more, to go out and see those stations. But then they're not running calls with the crews. They're not able to do their work. And we were finding our captains were up until midnight, 1 o'clock, just doing paperwork, just doing their jobs, just very, very routinely. So we're trying to take some of that workload off. We're trying to get out there and make sure we have a point of contact at each station so that we have kind of a station manager, if you will, without having one at every station on every given day. So it's not uncommon in our profession to have a lieutenant, if you will, on every ambulance. Central County does it that way. Johnson County does it that way. It's not uncommon to have a station captain on every station every day. Manhattan Fire does it that way. Butler County does it that way. So we're not asking for all of that. We're asking for a small step forward to allow us to get some of this work done and allowing our leadership team to focus on leadership matters, not doing the data entry and some of those things that we do constantly.
Looking at the line here and it says 107,000 and some change. But in parentheses next to it, it says each position costs 162.
That's the difference between, we're not adding new positions, we're not adding new people. Okay, we're adding a promotion. So the 107,000 is the difference between a staff paramedic and a staff paramedic / lieutenant. So for 3 of those.
It's a little bit complicated, so the lieutenants do cost, the total cost 162, whatever the number is up above. But he's not saying add actual positions, so
Right.
he'll still keep his 39 total. So the increase to the total bottom line. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, yeah,
I apologize. So it is a little bit convoluted. So what I just said, I'll just repeat quickly. The total cost of a lieutenant position is that 162, that the number that's listed up above. However, David is not asking for 3 additional positions. He's asking to change 3 paramedic positions into a lieutenant. So we are already paying paramedics. And we would like to change them to a lieutenant who are also paramedics. They would act as a paramedic, but they would also act as a leader. So the bottom line number is a little bit different.
So you're basically taking the 107 and dividing it by 3.
correct.
That's the difference.
Correct.
Yes,
Yep.
that's the total difference. And remember, our paramedics work about 3,160 hours,
Something, yeah.
right in there. And so you can't take it by the normal full-time nor the rate and hourly rate, but
So. Excuse me. So you're saying one of the paramedics on each shift, not one from each station, just one
Correct.
of them.
Just-
One station would have,
With every station, we have 5 stations.
Yeah.
So each station will have a lieutenant assigned to that per month. So they would work, so they would be at that station 10 days a month, not having somebody there every day of every month. So,
so they'd
Does
be
that make sense?
responsible for the station, but they won't be on every shift.
right, yeah, I'm not asking for 15 lieutenant positions, where we'd have one at every station every day. That's not what I'm asking for.
Right.
I'm asking to increase the number from 3 to 6. So that they would have somebody there 10 days a month who'd be responsible for that station.
so are the existing lieutenants also paramedics?
Correct.
They're assigned to
Mhm.
one of the,
They're assigned one of the stations, yep,
so
so
they're on one of the, they're
they're on
one of the
different
2
shifts.
people on the
Correct.
crew, right?
Correct,
You're not adding a person,
no,
but are the captains are not, are the captains part of a crew or they're separate?
they're part of a crew, but they're not on an ambulance, they have their own SUV that they
Right, okay,
respond
yeah,
to
they're
calls
not-
with.
But the lieutenants would all be
They're
on
all on the truck,
okay.
yes.
And that would
I
only
didn't
be in
understand
one
that.
shift.
No,
That-
They would be on different shifts. So right now we have 3 shifts. We have 1 lieutenant per shift. With this, we would add it to 2 lieutenants per shift
Across 5 stations.
across 5 stations.
I wasn't like, couldn't follow that,
Right, and I knew that, you know, we tried multiple times to
you know,
figure out how to make it work, but we're so, as she said, we are just such a different animal.
Yeah.
With our structure and such, so.
I thought, and the numbers didn't make sense, now that you're adding another person.
Right, no,
Separate,
no, we're
like
not
captain,
adding,
like a captain and a lieutenant for every shift.
right, no, we're not adding any new personnel. We're just expanding the lieutenants from 3 to 6.
So that'll be, again, primarily to help with administrative stuff.
It would be, yeah, one would be 10 days a month, helping a lot with administrative stuff when they're not running calls. Because they're still running calls, they're still
Right.
responsible. So one would be more administrative, the others would have their station responsibilities. And then some other responsibilities as well, because our lieutenants still have other tasks as well. They're just like a captain, except they're on an ambulance. But they still have responsibilities in a leadership role within our department, so.
But also you said there's director and assistant director and then the Don't you have somebody in there trained?
Well, we do, it's training, and that, I just had that kind of separate,
Oh, okay.
so,
He doesn't really do it.
yeah, he doesn't do, he does training, he doesn't do
But you were
administration.
listing how many people there. I thought you have three.
Yep, so,
Top people or whatever, you know,
right, and because
He's
obviously.
a training person or something.
He was quality control
Quality
and
control,
training,
okay.
yeah, so, so I was really trying to just focus on the administrative side and the operations side. Not that other, little
I thought there
arm.
was one other person there
Right.
somewhere.
Mhm.
So it's a lot clearer. It was clear as mud whenever. I threw it.
and then we knew that, you know, we've tried multiple times how to figure out how to get this worded this right. But yes, so we're just trying to give us a hand to kind of shore up some of our operations and some of our duties that we have that we're just really struggling to get done because we just don't, as I said, the structure we have now is the same as we had in 1995 when these positions, lieutenants were created. So that shift structure has not changed. All right, thank you.
Okay, so the last request for today is a request for an additional assistant county attorney. And this is the same request that Barry made in the past, and I apologize that he isn't able to make it, but I know that he has talked to you a lot this year about the caseload that they have. And so this is an entry-level position. So it's an attorney, but it'd be an entry-level position. So it's going to help with the traffic flow, low-level crimes, misdemeanors, juvenile offender cases, routine daily hearings, things that he's talked to you multiple times. And one of the things that I think is important, I know you've read his proposal, but one of the things I think is important is that this is not directly related to a COVID backlog. So it is not something that they have increased their time commitment and the amount of work that they have over a long period of time. And so although we did hire a contracted person to help with the COVID related backlog, this position is something that Barry feels that he needs moving forward to just basically handle the cases that they have on a regular basis. And he does mention in there, he would prefer to hire an experienced trial attorney, but he would make a big difference to have that entry level position, so.
Well, he said that low, and I know the one said it's not talking about the backlog load.
Yes.
Yes. When did they last add?
Oh, that's a great question. Actual positions, we had 2 new people start in 19, but those positions existed.
Yeah, no, I saw you.
Yeah.
It was the last new position.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's been a while, but, and I wish, again, if Barry were here, he would know off the top of his head, but I'll take note and find out. I do know I did talk to him about the caseload, and it's a little bit difficult. It's not necessarily just number of cases, but the amount of time,
Yeah.
that is now being required for them to do those effectively, so, yeah. Okay, any other questions, direction, anything you would like to see? I know we've got some homework to do for Amanda's position, anything that you would need for either of these other 2 positions to better
Okay, just my wonder, when
Yeah.
was the last?
for attorney, yes, absolutely. Good. All right. Thank you, commissioners.
Other information.
Mhm.
Good morning, commissioners. Before you today to request the filling of the budget and finance manager position. Need a resignation. We'd like to get out on top of this and get the advertising right away. And of course, the commissioners know the process does not allow that until you approve the filling of the position. It's a critical position for Riley County organization. As you know, the budget process we're going through right now.
Yeah.
So I need a motion to approve proceeding.
Go ahead and make a motion to approve recruiting to fill the position of budget and finance manager.
No, second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve recruiting to fill the position of budget and finance manager. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners. Now you have a break until 1:30 with Emily Wagner with the Manhattan Emergency Shelter.
Can you hold up for just a second?
You want to move around?
Yeah.
David,
I
bump
do
out.
want to touch base with Reggie because.
Probably.
You want to just come out?
And I
Oh,
was thinking,
I wrote down.
that's the animal treatment.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what that is, right? That's that.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's that one, but I didn't know they were.
I think as a group, we like. It on. I'm ready to get on the floor, and I think. We have a
Yeah.
function.
It's easy.
Yeah, if you're okay with that.
I'm fine.
Quick meal.
So is it already set up for Teams meeting?
It is.
I must have missed that.
I just set it up.
You have some time?
Put it on my cell phone last night.
Uh,
And it didn't.
soon as they
do it,
get
so
done
it
with,
did send an update.
Catherine.
You don't have it.
I'll just hang out. or
No, I'll
you-
just.
I'll come over
accept
to
it.
you.
I thought I did.
No
I
problem.
You
remember
did,
accepting.
but on the first one.
Oh, okay, okay.
So for some reason, Teams doesn't automate on my phone.
Do you want to see if they can?
Yeah,
meet earlier?
as soon as I.
Sure.
Some direction, I'll just talk.
Sure.
How you doing?
Is he turning us off the vote?
I think he can, whether or not he's ready to do that, I do not know. Don't know. I'll hang out here for a while and see if he comes down.
Okay.
Let's start. Because really, I think all he needs to do is mute it and then.
I don't know. I try to stay away from that thing.
Well, me too. I'm not gonna try it.
I go punch buttons, probably collapse it, but you know.
I could
Get
too.
it offline.
I can do that. Okay. Thanks for coming down. Sound off. Just, I think it's sense from lunch to dinner. I think so. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyon.
Thank you. Okay, Mary?
For me? Gosh, I've never been here. Nobody else been. Maybe else here.
Well, there were this morning.
Good. Am I the only one this afternoon?
No,
There's.
Yeah.
You're just starting, yeah.
yeah, we're just getting started on this.
If you've never been here, give your name and who you're
Yes,
with.
yes, definitely.
Okay.
I'm Emily Wagner. I'm the director of the Manhattan Emergency Shelter. And I'll keep it short, especially I'm the only one here. Really, everything in our request is the same of what we do and those things. Couple things I wanted to point out. At the end of March, we were at 130 people already. And so now this is the first year we've been out of COVID protocol again, and we're back to full occupancy. And we're just busy. So we're looking at probably over 500 if we stay on this trend, which I imagine we will. We did a few things to combat that, and one of them was open up an additional room for single men, because that's our biggest population. And so instead of 12, which we could do before, we have 20 spots for single men. And that really stays pretty consistently full. It's kind of one in, one out. We had quite a few people that moved out the 1st of May and the 1st of this month. And so we've got some open spots right now, but we've already done 3 check-ins today. So and just kind of a steady stream. It had been a challenge getting people into places. Really, that hasn't been that big of a challenge recently, finding the units and getting people into rental units. Last year, 70% of our people moved into permanent housing. That's huge for shelters. Shelters are happy with 40%. That's just not acceptable to me. Because that's what our job is. We want people to get into permanent housing and not have to come back to us. And so we work really hard to find grants to pay for some of this rent deposit. I think the other thing sometimes community members don't realize is you don't have to be staying at the shelter for us to work with you. So we're often paying deposit and rent for individuals who are sleeping outside or unsheltered that are not at our shelter. And we partner a lot with be able to do that and to then house those clients. And so they can still work with us, even if they don't want to stay or unwilling to stay or can't stay at the shelter. And so that funding stream comes from Kansas Housing Resource Corporation and our emergency solutions grant that comes down through the city. So it's very important to us to have that grant for sure. This year, unfortunately, I am asking for an increase. We're really doing this with all of our funders, and it's pretty simple. The main reason is staffing costs. We paid a shift wage, or we're paying an hourly wage for our night staff. We have staff 24 hours a day, which is important. Our night staff were making $7.25 an hour before COVID because you get to sleep at night, some nights, and eat there, and do your laundry and those kinds of things. And it's a good gig for college kids. And we then raised it to $9.25 just to compete, because everywhere during COVID was raising their salaries, their wages, and we couldn't attract people. We still couldn't at $9.25. We had a really hard time. And so we did some studies and kind of looked at what other places are paying, and we raised it to $11 an hour, and pretty immediately had great candidates qualifying and wanting to work for us. So we're fully staffed now. What that means though is we just have to come up with that additional staffing cost. And it wasn't something where we could, we knew we may be pulling from reserves until we find additional grant funding and things to make up for it. But we have to have staff there. And so we really didn't have a choice. If we decide that we can't sustain that, and we may have to go down to 1 staff at certain times at night instead of 2, I feel like that compromises safety a bit there. And so that's kind of the last resort I want to do. The other thing would be reducing our occupancy some, so that we can handle things better with the staff that we have, and going down to 1 staff. So that might be what we're faced with if we don't come up with it. We have about a $70,000 shortfall. Some of that may depend on if we get some additional grant funds from the state. But right now it's just grants are everywhere is less and less and less. I think there's more agencies applying for grant funds. The philosophy, a lot of places are, they want you to spread it out. And so they want every person applying to get a little of something, which just means then grant funds are getting smaller and smaller for everyone. Which we understand that's part of the game of chasing grants and grant funds. We're just starting to run out of
options and some of our funding streams. So we are going to write a new program grant for permanent housing vouchers here in this summer when that grant is released, and we're still waiting on Hallmark funds through Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. We're going to do something in partnership with the Housing Authority and working with them. We did, I think last time I was here, told you, we did apply for a large outreach grant to do street outreach and some drug and alcohol things. We did not get the grant. We scored high enough and we would have been funded, but the state as a whole did not get any funding. HUD did not believe that we have enough outside homeless. And so they didn't fund any for the state of Kansas. I think Chicago got 60 million, but Kansas got 0 for unsheltered. So although it seems like we have a growing population that's outside and it's getting bigger and bigger, that may be the case. I think it's kind of holding steady because we are getting some of them into housing and getting them housing ready. We're just finding we have more and more people coming from outside of our community and landing in Manhattan. Manhattan's a great place to be. But that causes us some problems too, and it stretches our social services then. So hopefully we'll have a chance to apply for another outreach grant because we really do need that, I feel like, in this community. But as I was saying, I think the population outside may be growing or holding steady. We just don't compete with some of those other urban areas in other states that have, more outside homeless population in one town or one city that we do in our whole state. So that's unfortunate. I will say too, we did do some a little bit of research, and so we are part of the statewide housing or a statewide homeless coalition. We have to enter all of our numbers into a statewide database, and we, as our shelter, just our shelter in Manhattan, serve a third of the homeless population in the state. So I think people don't realize that. We definitely don't get a third of the money from them. We're working on that, but I think people don't realize that. There are some other small shelters. In Junction City did just finally get theirs up and going again. Fresh Start Shelter, we've been helping them a lot get up and going. We need them because we're seeing a lot of people come from Junction, but hopefully that will change and we'll start getting some other communities. That'll start some grassroots shelters too, because we can't keep up, and it's not, I don't want to say not fair isn't necessarily the words I want, but when we've got so many people coming from the outside of this certain specific community, we have to figure something out. Our policy is a 24-hour stay if someone's transient, but when they get hooked up with social services and then stick around, then it's how do we handle that? And then we have a new population in this community that social services are trying to help. So we're working on coming up with kind of a collective agreement amongst all agencies and how to handle this, because we keep seeing more and more people, transient people coming through the community. So otherwise, are there any questions?
Instead of 25,000, I couldn't find that 23 budget. So what was it this year? I couldn't find one this.
It was 11 or 13. I have it here actually. I can tell you. Normally we just try not to ask for any increases because we know that nobody has great funds right now. I don't have it broken out. It's either 11 or 13. I think it's been that for several years. Sometimes we get 10 and then we'll see an additional 1,000 come like towards the end of the year. That's happened a couple years. So we know this is a big jump for what we're asking to 25, but we're asking all grant funders, and hopefully we can kind of make up a little bit from each grant funder for the grant funds we've lost. I'm helping out with the United Way this year too. Their campaign's been going pretty good. So, and then SSAB, I don't know if you all follow the SSAB and drug and alcohol. So we do receive drug and alcohol and SSAB funds to the city for different activities. But with that process being changed now, it's a little bit scary for us because we can't even apply until late this year. We won't know until November. And those are our funds for 2024. So it's pretty hard to budget when I'm going to have a month basically of finding out our funds and then trying to budget for those. So I think that will get back on track, but not knowing how that process is going to really work this year too is a little bit scary for us because that's a big chunk of funds. We get 86,000 from the city. So
what is the total amount of your projected budget?
our total projected budget
Sorry, I shouldn't have put this in. So our budget kind of, it depends on our grant funds. Obviously, sometimes we'll get large chunks of extra grant funds for an activity like rapid rehousing deposits for someone's rent. That's all we can use it for. So our budget without any of those additional funds is $715 this year, or for 2024. We will more than likely receive some additional rapid rehousing funds from our emergency solutions grant comes out through the city. It just depends. We apply for that with the crisis center. So sometimes it depends too on how much they're applying for and how it gets split. And so we'll see. Yeah, we'll just have to kind of see how that shakes out. We will not find that those amounts until June. Usually it's end of June by the time we see. And if if the budgets and things don't get passed the government, it could be September, October sometimes, and we float these funds until we get the grant funds and can make a draw on them. So
the 25,000 is just a portion.
yeah, that's just a portion. And really what we come to you guys for, we try to simplify our budgeting because I have to write about 15 grants a year to keep the shelter running. And they're all for different activities. So we try to streamline it with our line items in our budget. And so really we use the funding that comes from Raleigh County for our night staff. And it's just that's what we use it for. Some of our other funds, we use it to fill the holes, plug in some for insurance here, some for salaries here, utilities, those kinds of things. But we use Raleigh County just for that. It's just easier for us and even easier in budgeting. So yeah. But we do make up some of that cost with SSAB for night staff, the drug and alcohol funds for night staff. We also work with Kansas State University for cancer career work study. So hopefully between all of those, we'll be able to make up at least some and not have to pull that much out of our reserves.
You said you had 70% placement.
Yeah, 70% of our individuals.
Do they stay?
Do they stay where they're at? Well, we're supposed to we try to send out surveys after 6 months to see. Sometimes you get them back, sometimes you don't. A lot of times I think they get thrown away. So it's pretty hard to tell. What happens though is once we pay someone's rent and deposit, and sometimes we'll pay a couple months rent if we have the funds there, they are not allowed to come back for a year because the grant or the grant makes we can only pay on a 1-year lease. And so they're entering a lease. We want to make sure they can afford it. And then they go on our what we call our no return list, unless there's some kind of an extenuating circumstance of why they lost that lease and what happened. They're not allowed to come back for a year, and they can't use those grant funds. That's part of the grant requirements. They can't use those grant funds for a year again. So, for the most part, though, people do stay housed. And we had some people come back to us. They have been housed. We housed them 9 years ago, and they've been housed for this long, but rent it's a tax credit unit that's no longer a tax credit, and rent has increasingly gone up and they just can't afford it anymore. And we're not renewed. So, but for the most part, I think people stay.
You said, and I know you've given us two, you said you had 20 single. How many, what's your?
So we can house 47 at a time.
Would you have family units?
We do. We have, so we have 5 family units now. We had 6. What we did is we had 2 dorm rooms, 1 male, 1 female. We took the female dorm room, turned it into another men's room, and put our female dorm room in our largest family room. So we can house 6 or 7 in there. And that's, we usually aren't over that with females. And I hated having unused beds in that female dorm. And really that's because we have a crisis center. And so their shelter is able to kind of help us with a lot of the single females. Yeah. And our family rooms have been staying pretty full, especially our disability rooms on our main floor. We have 2 downstairs for mobility impaired, and we can use them for overflow, but we've had several individuals that are wheelchair bound or need walkers. We've had several individuals lately that are 70 plus staying at the shelter and living on a fixed income and just can't afford it. And things are just really catching up to people. Anything else? Sorry, that's a big downer. Dan, I
Hear that across the board.
Yeah. Any other questions? So,
Well, everything you deal with is that way, I'm sure.
yes. Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, but I'm glad someone.
Yes. Well, we did just have our big annual fundraiser.
And it was the best year we've had. So that's great. I was worried we had more expenses, but we ended up netting probably about 7,000 more than we did last year. Or in the previous years where we had good years. So I'm hopeful for that. Just to our fundraising and contributions are at least going up a little bit, which is hopefully a good sign. So awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Time for, Three Rivers. Yeah. Good afternoon, how are you?
Good.
Been a long afternoon, or?
Just start.
Yeah, just
You know,
started.
afternoon meetings are afternoon meetings, so I'm Erica Christie, I briefed you last year, and probably every year other than 2018. So I want to come back and tell you, the plan that I pitched in 2019 was for some funds to help us cover a new independent living specialist, which is a case manager for Manhattan. So we hired Rhonda, she's fully trained. She took your services in 2019 from 3,400 to 6,200 in 2022. So it's working, it's good. Now she's too busy. She's full again. But in her success stories are the 14 youth that we were able to help transition. So we consider transition age youth, they transition to higher education or employment. So that is the focus in this area. Potawatomi, Riley, Geary County is a lot more populated than most of our other 12 counties. So we have a lot more youth that we can make an impact on. And that is going to be a focus again, is as Rhonda came on and focused on youth, and then all the other referrals of other types just started overtaking her schedule and coming back in. And I want to hire a new person again. And I've asked Geary and Potawatomi to also help out with this, and they have. So now I'm asking Riley County, just give me a little foothold. I understand budgets are tight. I just want a little bit to show the commitment and the collaboration with the different counties and how we have employees that work in multiple different counties. I'd just like to see that collaboration amongst the counties for financial support. So, and I wanted to remind the commission, it's nice every year to remind the difference between what Three Rivers does and what other social service agencies do. So Three Rivers is open to all ages, all disabilities, all incomes. There's no wrong answer. If you have a disability, if it's a learning disability or a physical disability, come to us. We work on transition services, employment, housing, a myriad of different things for people, all to gain independence in the community. So that's kind of what makes us a little bit different than Pawnee or Big Lakes, is we don't have a targeted population of people with disabilities.
Put you on your presentation.
Oh, I don't need that. I was just gonna have a conversation. I didn't even bring that stuff with me because I'm like, hey, I just want to have a conversation. We've been around long enough, and people should be familiar with us enough that we can just talk about it, ask questions, get more information. I mean, we've been in we started in Potawatomi County only in 1986, and then have expanded to 12 counties in Northeast Kansas since that time. So we're not going anywhere. We just need, I just like that collaboration and that cross leveling amongst the commissions. It just looks like a show of support. What's the difference between you and say Big Lakes? So Big Lakes is going to work with a population that's intellectually and developmentally disabled only. We're going to work with all the disability populations. So we have some mutual consumers with them. They may get day services with Big Lakes, and then we're going to come in and work specifically on employment. We have employment specialists that work specifically on employment. We have a lot of IDD consumers that are on the Big Lakes waiting list, and they're not getting services. So we are providing the case management, and you know, when you get day services, it's every day. When you come to me for case management, I'm going to meet with you once a week, maybe for an hour, every other week as you start to get more independent and reach your goals, and then transition out to where now the person is independent in the goal that they came to me for, whether it's budgeting, an independent living or life skill, employment, housing, transportation. And then once we're done and meet that goal, unless there's a new goal, we close and you can come back at any time with a new goal, but it's not necessarily ongoing. Although we have some people with physical disabilities that aren't going to get better, people with developmental disabilities that their condition's not going to change, that we will work with throughout their lifetime, different things at different times. So you can just roll in my door and we can help you out. So I just wanted to pitch that to you and see if there was, I do appreciate the questions and the engagement, and just want to remind you that we're here. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Was it?
You beat me to it.
Thanks for your brother's due at 2 o'clock. Oh, Russell.
Ben.
Good. You gonna let it rain of any significant amount anytime?
I would like for it to.
You get these ponds, creeks flowing and.
Yep. Yep, it was definitely light like the sky. Quite colorful. Yep.
A lot more noise than actual rain,
Yeah,
or at least at mine.
yeah, I think Wink and Zimmer and Pat all had like 20 hundreds. Or Pat might have said 10 hundreds. But Wink and Zimmer. I think maybe somebody else.
I didn't look this morning just for what it was doing last night. I don't think we got that. Like I say, it made a lot of noise.
Mhm.
Richard, somebody said we got like 1 inch or something. Yeah, that's what he said.
I know we got more at my house because it's really still really wet. I mean, it'd be dry.
Yeah, I was
Maybe.
down that PD at the EOC till about midnight. It rained hard for a little while down there. But not a
Yeah,
real.
it looked like there's a lot of, looked like Marysville,
Yeah, the heaviest rain was definitely.
across the north there.
How much did it get?
I didn't hear for sure, but like John Wink up at Sweet Creek said 20 hundreds,
Oh, really?
but the heaviest storm was north of there.
It had to have
In
been.
Marshall County. But
I got an 1/8 of an inch with it, you know, and yeah, it all looked north. I thought maybe John would have got more, because I know where he's at.
him and Bruce Zimmer both said 20 hundreds.
Huh,
Yeah, and Pat said 10 hundreds. Hundredville.
that site's probably. Don't think it's- You tell him I said that. Saw him in the office here a week or two ago, get a whole bunch of fruit trees that he was planting.
Oh. Yep.
Here's about a whole bunch of really nice peaches, yeah, peach trees and just.
Yeah, just, doesn't have very often, but every once in a while. Most, don't get peaches every 3 or 4 years, surviving the freeze, but. When they do, they're really nice.
Yeah.
The last storm took. Like, find out and quit finding anything in place.
Yeah, I'm hoping on all those trees I planted, so. Got a variety of fruit trees.
Oh, wait.
Not gonna take these about the Palisade, Colorado.
They have really.
And it's a huge capital.
You can go out there and pick them off the tree.
All different varieties.
We used to do that when we lived in Western Colorado. It was about-
Tons of wineries around here, all kinds of fruit production.
Didn't have that one, so. They had a lot of trees.
That's hard to beat each other up to each.
I said, you think I had, I don't think. It's like, right.
I wish you knew what variety
They're
it
blessed that they
was.
were peaches, and they did come, and they
That's true. Random, but true.
That'd
Okay.
be perfect for me, and that. And the 1 year. 1 year.
I actually literally thought about you when I ordered it. I thought, should I post it?
McAllister's. Or the rest of us for that matter, either.
Every time I get iced tea, he's like, well, oh, you got me an iced tea? You got me an iced. I don't think he even wants the food, just the iced. But the office would really think I was showing preferential treatment to my boss if I had a nice tea.
Lead the way.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna use the word that they might use, but
Yeah.
sorry, Russell, I guess I could have done better, set them all up in a better mood for you.
Don't make some money, I want tea and cookies.
It's little things in life.
Pretty simple.
Well, I hear Commissioner McKinley also really likes cookies, so I've heard that he would like some cookies as well, so. Gotta get it thinking.
Or you get the best of both worlds and get a brookie. And that's a brownie cookie. So
They have them.
they have them there.
They have them there, yeah.
I've never heard of them.
I saw it just on the app. I thought
on the bottom.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
best of both worlds.
that, huh?
And scoop.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. Ice cream.
Wait, I'll open it.
I might be late at the going out to teach how to be for the McAllister's.
So I was going through some stuff and I found a whole bunch of $3 off surveys. I got like
Gosh,
20 of them.
nice.
Yeah. They don't
You could get a
technically
brookie,
take them
yeah.
anymore because they do it all online, but they're gonna take them.
They're gonna.
No, they have already.
Yes, yeah.
They have to do it as a $5 deal, and I just tell them, well, I'll give you $2 back for a tip, and it balances out. So
Nice.
As they take that $2 under.
well, that's not my issue there. I'm just trying to make it fair on my end. But yeah, you're probably right. It's amazing too, because pre-COVID, they prided themselves on the fact that you weren't supposed to leave them a tip. But they paid their people enough that you didn't have to do that.
Who's that?
McAllister's.
Really?
They didn't want you to leave, employees tips on the table or whatever.
No, everybody asks for one.
I mean, you even go to just order at the capital.
Yeah.
Little out of hand.
That irritates me. But wait a minute, I walked in and find it's like, look up your place in order, go fix my own drink.
Throwing the trash away.
Yeah, throw my trash away at the end of the thing, but.
What about- yeah.
That's.
And the software.
And I said, I go in, I go find my own seat. I say, I have to come up with my stuff here when I lost it. I could put the pressure. Yeah. I sent him, because on. Getting what's in strip, send in a survey, I filled out the survey. No response.
Of course.
We'll see.
I think it is.
You can get him squared.
No comment. No comment.
Also, there's one on.
The chip. It's also one of those places. I tell unemployment's very low. People working there don't really want to work.
Yeah, that one should be reflected.
Oh, yeah.
I've noticed that a lot.
Some people don't even, they want to take too short.
The younger the generation is working is where that's at.
What's that?
The younger the generation that's working, the more that's the case. Don't really.
I think that's part of the social skills they haven't learned because it's all,
I know.
Yes.
it's not this kind of interaction.
Yeah, show me something that you have to do that.
That way, even if it's not here, this is more, I walk my dog, I want to
Yeah, you know, don't make eye contact, makes me crazy. I'm like, "Hi."
Yeah, it's like, you're talking to me on this.
Not running. New York City, they say. Supposed to, you're supposed
I
to
know.
say that.
But it's everywhere, I guess. It's-
That's one thing I did, I started in San Francisco, but people did say, oh, you know, flash or stuff.
You just weren't in the right district.
No, I didn't go down. I didn't. And when they said, so then, my wife said, I didn't take you down. to-
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna
But the
ask
other
you about
parts
that.
were-
Maybe that's where you got your virus at.
I'm
Okay,
guessing
Russell.
it's sealed up in.
Yeah.
Morning, Commissioners, Russell Stuckey, Emergency Management, County Fire. So for the fire budget, what I've submitted, I think, I was talking with Darrell Elizabeth, I think there's probably a small correction that needs to be made on the personnel side of about $6,000. From that 452 to around 458. And then,
What page is that? Okay.
so that would be.
454.
Uh,
I'm seeing 254.
Are you on
Bottom.
Fire District number 1, Fund 183?
Very bottom.
We got two.
It must be on the wrong page here.
Should be page 247 in the packet.
Oh.
Yeah, I printed it.
No, maybe it's.
It doesn't start till 2.
So that cuts four.
Oh, you said salary. Sorry, I wasn't including all the
Let's
rest.
see,
Yeah.
is that fire district number 1, fund 183? Is that
Yes.
it? Okay, that's some page, 2,
And
5,
then
7.
452 right at the bottom.
There it is, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And which part of that was off? Just the salaries? Or is that one of the benefits?
So from the payroll spreadsheet, we get the items don't cross over, so I don't know
It's a benefit. It's a
It's a
difference in benefits.
difference in benefits.
But you said it should be 458.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it should.
Bottom line should be 458, 248.
How did the salaries go down 20,000 then?
We had a staff change. From there.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
One from left.
Okay.
Yeah. 20 plus.
any ideas to replace us all?
Unfortunately, I can't replace you. That's the worst part of it.
Leave me in between.
So the differences in the health, FICA, health insurance,
Correct.
retirement and unemployment.
Correct.
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
reflect that.
And I think if you want, do you want exact numbers on those?
Sure.
Okay. So the FICA should be 24,849. The health insurance should be 54,977. Capers and KPNF is correct. And state unemployment should be $324.83, and so $325 because he rounds up on. Yeah, that's all true. On his. Yeah.
And so, as far as the contractual and commodities on the fire budget, the contractuals, stayed pretty much exactly the same. Didn't really make any big changes there on the commodities. Saw about I put in a 50, or not quite, a $46,000 increase on commodities, electricity. Different things, you know, we had, like a year ago, we only budgeted 70,000 for repairs, and as you know, our vehicles are only getting older and older, and repairs are getting more and more. And so we don't have the luxury of buying a lot of new vehicles. With our older vehicles, the repair bills are only going to continue to get new. That was probably one of the biggest changes there. About a $40,000 increase right there is what I put in for next year's budget. And that's not the amount of repairs we had last year, so. There again, with the older equipment and we never know how many fire calls we're gonna go on, or how big or how small they are, or what things are gonna break. And how many, tires, let alone engines or transmissions we may have to replace, so it's a guessing game. And then overall, the other spot was transferred to the capital outlay fund to, we know we're gonna be spending quite a bit of money out of capital outlay. On the 2 new fire stations, and so I bumped it up from 30,000 to 70,000. I think most of the other stuff is. The other area that I bumped up some is emergency vehicles. In fact, like I said, we have a lot of vehicles that are. We have 2 vehicles that are still 50 years old or older. 11 vehicles that are over 30 years old. And 18 vehicles that are 1999 or older, so they almost 25 years old. So about half of our fleet is older than 1999. And the oldest is 1969. So when you have a fleet like that, you're gonna have repairs. So, and go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And you're gonna have some you have to replace because they're not repairable.
And it's just now realized how she has people her vehicles.
Well, I
Yeah, good lunch.
and I had done a little research. I think I must have lost my post. Public Works oldest vehicles in 05, CMS is the oldest vehicles in 2010. And Manhattan Fire Department's oldest vehicles in 1997. So just as a comparison, we're definitely not driving the fancy stuff. Commissioners, have any questions on
The number under emergency vehicles, that's for replace vehicles, is that what you said first? The other one is for repairs.
correct? And obviously, I can
Emergency
use,
vehicles that replace.
it's like when we buy a used truck or something, which obviously isn't very much money to even buy a used truck, so.
Yeah.
Building the fire
Used
station,
ones are 20 years old, you buy it.
right? Yeah, the last one we bought, I mean, it was in good shape, but it was. Shoot, what year was that truck? In early 2000s, but it was in good shape. We bought it for $24,000, and plus the another 20 or 30,000 we put on the back of it. Between lights and sirens and pump and tank, et cetera, et cetera. Commissioners, have any questions on the fire budget? There's a placeholder there, and it's what Tammy had me do. The 185 is for fire station projects. Tammy said we just need a placeholder in there so that we have the budget authority. Depending on what we do, if we would decide, I don't think we will, but if we would decide to borrow money to build a fire station, we would need that slot in the budget to accept the loan proceeds or bond proceeds and stuff. And that is right here. So again, that's not any request for funding, it's just a placeholder. Budget wise. And the other thing is, as I know you all know, but for any of the public that's listening, the fire district doesn't have access to the general CIP funds. We have to do everything within our own budget, and we're outside of the general fund, so we don't have any access to general CIP funds. So when one interesting thing was, if you look back at 2022 and 2023, if you just look at the ad valorem tax, we budgeted $1,086,000 for ad valorem, but we only collected $1,038,000, so there was a $50,000 shortfall right there. Luckily, 2 things that we didn't budget for: the delinquent tax, we did pick up 25,000 there, and I can't remember what PP is. Richard, Daryl, do you know what PP is? Is that what?
Yeah.
Must be personal property. You know, we picked up almost 24,000 there that we didn't plan on, so. It evened out, but I don't think we can count on those every year. So if there's no other questions on the fire budget. The emergency management budget. I think we're still figuring out the personnel side, but.
You have that $82,000 grant,
Right.
that actually pays for one of those positions.
Right, so last year we got 32,000, this year we're gonna get an additional 50. So the total will be 82, but it'll be 50,000 more than what we got last year. And
That basically pays for all of the planner position, which is a full-time position now, so it's not reflected in your budget correctly. You approved it halfway through the year to be full-time because it's completely grant funded.
That's what I thought. I got, it's said half, and I thought.
Right.
That we got the money from somewhere.
Yes,
Right.
you got the money from somewhere, exactly. So that means your total, what we're looking at is, and I am still hashing numbers, but it's a lot closer to 225, 106. Did not go up. That amount. So if you can see, are we on the right page?
Jumping around too much. Following guy.
You're in emergency management, so 001-10.
you know, you're right.
We'll get down.
You're
to
right.
the
Right, you're right.
295.
Okay, he facilitates two different departments.
Page 260.
Three, yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah, include the 911.
That was good there.
Well, that number there, and I don't know what page you guys have here.
I printed mine off, so it's a different.
I have seen, I printed mine off too.
Packet page.
Page 250.
Yeah, but she doesn't have it from the packet. She's got it from the printout, so. There. Yeah. Bottom line, anyway,
It's gonna be less.
is less. It's 225, 106. That's what I'm counting. 225, 106.
Instead of the 295, 618.
And the planner should be. full.
Should be a full-time position, yeah. The total cost of the planner of that position for Riley County is $70,512. So that's how much that position costs Riley County. So Russell's right, the total grant for 2024 would be 82,000. But I don't know how that, I didn't read the grant that Lori submitted. If that has to all be used for salaries or only salary expenses,
Well,
75.
Any excess can be used for Lori's salary.
Okay.
It's there's flexibility on
Okay.
that.
So-
It can be applied towards mine or Lori's, anybody who wants it.
So if that's the case, we'll actually be asking for less, but I didn't want to take off more than the planner because that's all I had understood.
Which we won't know the exact amount until later in the year, so we'll want to plan on that 80 to 82 and hope we get 85 or 86, but we could get 85, 86, but historically, it doesn't.
Should have a planner on 80,000.
Probably
That'd be the most.
That'd be the safer bet.
Okay, let's do it that way. That way it's more conservative. If we get more, it's better for us.
So otherwise, the emergency management budget stayed about the same. The main thing is we're increased that one position from half to full, but it's totally funded by the grants.
Well, but does that reflect, you're saying takes off it up there, does it take off on the bottom line too then?
Well, yeah.
Correct, yeah, And I was referring to the commodities and contractuals.
The other, okay, the other C's.
The yeah.
Three C's, but it took overall thing.
We actually lowered the 3 Cs a little bit on all of them, so yeah. The contractuals went down about $2,000. The commodities went down about $1,700. And the capital outlay went down on about 13.
So just to be a little bit more clear, as long as we can use that full amount, you basically can take off $80,000 from the request for EM.
Any questions on that?
As soon as we get that updated officially, can you get it sent over?
Oh, sure.
Then the other one's the 911 fund, which currently we don't put any money into that. That's all funded through E911 tax on telephones, cell phones and landlines. And the last projection that was done, and we should do another one, was that it will, at the current state funding level that we get, it'll last for about another 8 years, give or take. And that number always changes, but depending on what kind of equipment we need to buy. As far as what we spend out of a year versus what we bring in, it'll stay positive for approximately another 8 years before we may have to start putting money into it to actually fund the 911 fund. One of the big things we did this last year was we changed from a $1,200 a month AT&T fiber line to we spent I forget what we spent about $12,000 to put in some microwave equipment so we could eliminate the AT&T fiber line. So $1,200 a month times 12 months costs $1 million. So, and we're always trying to look for ways to do those more efficiently. And with technology, sometimes it costs us more, but sometimes it saves us money. So, but right now we don't have to collect any ad valorem tax for that. Questions on that?
Didn't it take something to the state to try to change the funding of it?
Yeah, there was I don't know if there was any this session. Last session, they tried to increase it. I think it's at 75 cents a month, and they were trying to bump it up to 80 or 81 cents a month per line per month, but it didn't pass the legislature. They left it where it was. There's also opposite attempts to reduce it by 5 or 10 cents a month or a month. So, obviously that's something that we need to probably be talking to legislators more and more about. We do have a little bit of a window, but like I said, the last projection that was done showed we had about 8 years of, if you will, surplus to carry us with the current income rate from the state. And after that, then if nothing changes, if the expenses stay the same, the income stays the same, we'll have to start supplementing again. The first year it might be 10 or 20,000. I mean, who knows? We all know how technology can change. All I have. Commissioners have any questions?
Not at this point.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Indiana?
Do we need to move mine, or is it okay? Okay, I know you have another one coming up at 2:20. I didn't know if it would be.
Williams version.
I can try. Do it as fast as we can do. Sure.
Otherwise,
We got a 3:30 up north too.
yeah, we gotta get up north. Right.
Well, you won't have me interrupted.
Oh, well, okay. Anna Burson from the County Appraiser's Office. I kept a lot of things flat. I think the biggest thing I want to point out when you get to our contractual services, I broke out postage, freight, and shipping. They always lumped all of our print services into that same line item. I told them this year that as we move forward, I want to separate out what we have to pay a vendor to print from what we're actually paying in postage. And so that's why I've split it as 2 separate line items here for 2024. That way we can kind of better track how much we're having to spend in postage, how much we're spending for print services. I can tell you postage this last year went up. I did take it up just a little bit, anticipating increased costs. I'm kind of hoping that we won't have to mail out those renditions, but if we do, I might be a little short, but I did take it up some, and we're trying to do what we can to stay within that.
Cell phone services, I brought down a little bit. As we kind of continue to scroll down, the fleet insurance, I raised that a little bit last year because of the vehicle. We're acquiring that other vehicle. Appraisal services, at some point, it'll get here. Appraisal services, I didn't take it up too much. We're kind of realigning appraisal services, how frequently we're getting fee appraisals, trying to make sure we have enough for expert witness testimony. I still needed to take it up some, but I don't know. I don't know that we're gonna need to go up too much at this point, just trying to be really aware and keep that as low as possible. As far as everything else, I did try to take some of them down. From what was spent in 22, what I had budgeted for 23, I brought it up a little bit in a couple areas, but not a lot. Really, when you go down to the commodities, office supplies, I did take that up a little bit this year. I didn't take it up this year. I kept it flat from last year. Besides the computer supplies and printers, we have had a few issues with our printers, so I'm just trying to make sure that we are prepared. And then the capital outlay, that's the one area this year that we did plan to budget for replacement. So overall, the total increase for the entire budget is less than 1%. On the 3 Cs, I'm right at about 8% with the changes that I made. So, any questions at this point? I think I cliff noted that pretty.
Okay.
Yeah. Good job. Thank you, guys. Okay.
That was quick.
Ready, Vicky?
Try to keep it simple.
Thank you.
Let's scroll down there on nurse.
And I heard you guys talking about food, you know, I would have been the ultimate person to ask about bringing you food, right? From the system, yeah. Am I not doing it again? Right. There actually was a PowerPoint in your packet as a PDF. I know you guys need to leave and go somewhere else. So I'm actually not going to put that up if that's okay. Let you just refer to it in your packet. Is that all good? I do have a letter that was sent to me over the weekend, and I asked Cindy and she said I could bring copies. So I'm just going to pass that around, please. So, good afternoon. I'm Vicki James, serve as the coordinator of the Riley County and City of Manhattan Food and Farm Council. And this is our first time to come to you during the appropriations meeting and visit with you about potential funding, but we are not new to you. As you know, we are city and county appointed and have been such since August of 2018. A reminder that a lot of people think of us and they think of food insecurity, but as you see in the PowerPoint, a reminder that we represent the whole food system. So economic impact, agriculture, waste management, the food insecurity is a big component, but all of that is really critical in the food system. And our mission is really that we're the forum to represent food system issues. We're a platform for that, and in coordinating actions to find solutions in the system. And one of the reasons that the Food and Farm Council came to be is because there's no official food board, if you will. There isn't anything that's set in our government system or our community that says, here's who takes care of the food system. So Food and Farm Councils kind of became a means of doing that. And Kansas is one of the states that has led the way in creating impact across our state and across the country in doing so. And my previous work before this was actually helping implement food system change in communities across the state through the Kansas Health Foundation. So when my husband and I came here to retire, retire was number one, started Food and Farm Council was number two. Frankly, it's kind of flipped around the other way. I spend a little more time Food and Farm Council than I do retiring, I believe. So what are we concerned about? You know about the master food plan, and I can leave you pretty copies again if you want, but you all signed off on that. last May, June, I believe. But our concerns, as we call them, our circle of concern, are really food insecurity, waste, and that's food waste and the solid waste that comes with it, and trying to reduce that in the landfill, and then education. And recently, when we had our summit, and one of the commissioners was there, thank you for being there that day. We had 69 people registered and 67 there. So a few people were no-shows and we had just as many walk-ins. So one of the things that shows us is the commitment, that there is a commitment amongst our partners to try to make impactful change. So it's not about just trying to do projects. And so that's one of the things we get caught up in with grants, is a grant tends to be a one-off. You can get supplies, you can get something done, and then you're done with it. So in trying to continue significant change, that's why we've continued to build these relationships and try to come up with solutions that will be long range and impactful. And that's why the master food plan came to be. So when you look at the goals related to that, of course, it has to be about not just food insecurity, but we've got to work with our local farms. We know that we have not nearly enough local produce for what the demand is. So with the supply and demand, we know that we can do even more there. And I want you to know at the summit, one of the things that came up at every roundtable was education. That why aren't people composting? Why aren't they recycling? Why aren't they doing gardening? And on and on and on. So it just came up and over and over that we've got to do something about that. Oops. Sorry. I'm gonna keep talking.
1:30 a.m. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I did. I just wanted to scroll. How come I'm not scrolling? Okay, sorry about
That's
that.
gonna be.
There we go. So,
Good luck with you guys.
yeah, I have no idea. When we look at those functions, then, as you'll see up here, we're really the hub. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to explain why the Food and Farm Council is important, because we don't do direct line services. So we don't sit down and hand someone the food. We don't hand them the bus pass. We don't give them the kitchen restore kit. We coordinate those things. So the partners will tell you that us being able to do that hub and coordination saves them time and labor and they don't have any more time or any more staff. So if you think about doing food recovery, that's all well and good that it goes from point A to point B and a volunteer does it, but somebody has to coordinate all that. Somebody has to make that happen. Blessing boxes don't build themselves. You have to find the builders, you have to coordinate getting the materials. Where's it going to be placed? Who's going to sponsor it ongoing? What happens when our 50-mile-an-hour winds rip off the door? I mean, those are just little examples, but every one of our programs has that kind of thing related to it. So when you look at impact, I feel pretty good about our impact. Kitchen restore, I think you're familiar with that. That also reduces solid waste in the landfill. Because if you're cleaning out your kitchen and you got some pots and pans and dishes, you can give those to us and they end up going to 13 different social service agency partners that we have that distribute those out to people in need. That can be people that maybe the husband was deployed, wife had to move here with the 3 kids. It might be someone who had a house fire. We've given kits to all Afghan resettlement folks. And by the way, I understand from them that they are either are or becoming a 501c3 and plan to be the leadership for more resettlement programs. So when we think about our food system and us being a hub, there's a lot more diversity that's going to take place that we're going to have to think about different cultures and their needs related to food system. Nutrition, it starts when you're little. So we started a program that has kids at the farmers market 12 Saturdays in a row to stop by, do fun nutrition activities, and they receive tokens, which is $3 worth to go purchase their own fruits and vegetables. I can't tell you how many families tell us that has been the most critical thing that moms and dads and grandmas and whoever do get their kids to eat produce because they picked it out, they did it themselves. So that's something that we thought would be small and it's continued to grow. But it's an economic impact for the market because we reimburse the market for those kids' purchases And it brings those households to the market that have never came before. So while they're there, they're probably doing other purchasing. So the vendors, we now have, I think, 10 different vendors that have produce, and they're very thankful that we brought that there. Kwanzaa student table, this is old because I pulled it when I had to send it in for you, but over 55,000 meals have been provided to K-State students on Wednesday evenings. And so it's similar to a common table, only it's drive-through or walk up. The kids can kind of grab and go, and it's a nutritious meal, but it takes coordination. That doesn't just happen every Wednesday night. You've got to have everything in place from the nutritious meal prepared by Housing and Dining, get it there on time, market, promote it, and help set it up, clean it up, and everything in between. Probably the pride and joy of the council and the effort we've put in the last few months has been the Flint Hills food recovery. And again, this number is low. It's now almost 15,000 because it's changing daily. That's basically where we wanted one system of food recovery. So it was organized and efficient, and you could track it, and it could be sustainable. So we now have 25 restaurants, caterers, and grocery stores in the system. We have 12 recipient agencies, and we have 52 volunteers. I looked this morning. So one of the expenses of that ongoing is an app. So instead of me having to call you and go, hey, we've got 50 pounds left after a wedding, whatever, what can I do with it? Where do I go? Then you say, well, I'll take it to MeSci. Well, MeSci said, no, we don't have any room in our refrigerators. Instead of all that going on, it takes 1 minute on an app, because the profiles in there for all the donors, the recipients, and the volunteers of how much food there is, when it needs to be picked up, what type is it? So is it prepared food? Is it produce? Is it dry goods? What is it? And literally in 1 minute, the match is made. Then volunteers receive that. They can click and take it, and off it goes. So it's pretty incredible. It takes somebody though to catch the glitches when they occasionally happen. Good example, this isn't a glitch, but it's just things changed. Sodexo at K-State campus over Bill Snyder Family Stadium provides food 4 days a week from the training table if they have food left. And that's safe food, not food that's been on the buffet lines or anybody can sneeze or cough on it, but it's food that's been held safely at proper temperatures. Let me make sure to say that to everyone. So that food then goes to common table where it can be used for any of those meals, depending on the night of the week. Well, summertime's different. So all of a sudden that system's like, uh-oh. So I had to remind Sodexo, hey, don't forget, because we'll be showing up for food, you won't have any, or vice versa. So it still takes a little coordination, but we've not had very many glitches, but that's just an example. And lots of pounds of food go out. In the fall, I would say, just for example, Sodexo, it might be 7 to 9 full hotel steam table pans, 4 nights a week each. Spring semester is more like 4 or 5, and summer is more like 3. And the other cool thing is we do, Flint Hills Food Recovery does produce pickup at the farmer's market on Saturday. And so we start that when it gets warm enough that it's worth doing it. So you have some produce there at the market, and we continue it through about October. I did this last week just to say hi to all the vendors again, let them know we're ready to roll, and picked up 50 some pounds of produce just this early in May. So most of that were leafy greens. So that's actually a lot for 50, 60 pounds. That's a lot of salads for people that normally would not have the funds and get that nutrition. So that goes to the breadbasket. Then people can shop there and get that. And it's further disseminated out to other groups like MeSci, Be Able, Cats Covered, places like that as well. So those are just a few of those. And I know you don't have time, but you've read these. We're very proud to have members serving on the Solid Waste Management Committee, so we can match what's going on there with strategic planning with what we're doing in the food system. And one of the things I want to mention that's brand new, and this is from the master food plan, here in Riley County, we have a very high SNAP, what they call SNAP gap. It's the number of people that could apply and receive benefits and they don't. And there are a lot of reasons why that gap exists. Some of it is that the document to fill out is very wieldy and very, very long. Some of it is just language barriers. Some of it is accessing how do you get the form and what do you do with it. So one of the things that our partners said is we don't have the time to help people fill out these things, but we can occasionally give a little bit of someone's time. We could find some volunteers within our organization. Will you help us put together everything we need to assist people? So we have started a program twice a month at the city library and just started promoting to people that are SNAP eligible. They can come, have somebody sit with them and help them in a confidential, quiet setting, fill out those papers and get them turned in. So that is new, and it took several months of putting together everything that's needed to make that happen. And it was a request from our partners, and it's part of the master food plan. So that's another example. We just are in process of a grant to be able to enhance the Double Up Food Bucks program so that we will be able to serve more people with that. Because there are glitches again with that too. It's very confusing. The master food plan will continue to be something on paper unless we take action to move it off of paper and go do these things. So as was mentioned in here, one of the things that we need is coordination. You guys, I can't do this forever. The timing is such that, not that this is your deal, but my husband has some significant health problems, and I really have to step back. It's just what it is. This was coming anyway. We've outgrown ourselves. So not very many groups can run the level of programming that we do on a daily basis, fully on volunteerism. It's been my good fortune to have the opportunity to retire in this community, and that's my expertise. That's my background is food systems and community engagement. So that's been a great partnership, but it needs to take a shift. So we're coming to you. It's the first time only. We don't have lots of line items. What we're asking is approximately $35,000 so that we can get someone to do what I do on a part-time basis, a contract basis, so that we aren't trying to deal with employees and benefits and all of that kind of thing. Now, we're not going to quit getting grants to help with our programs and our projects, but those are challenging because they're always limited, competitive, and they always are one-offs, and rarely do they provide for coordination and for staff. That's just not part of it. We also intend to expand our community donation support. We have not reached out to those in the community that may have the philanthropic desire to support the food system. It's so much easier to give directly to one of our partner agencies because they can see, oh, they hand food to those people. They hand this to these people. No one really sees except our partners and our council members, the coordination that we do to help a lot of those things happen. But we do intend to start talking to people individually and ask for some support in that means too. To save you from asking the question, are we planning to go to the city? I think, you know, in December, the city dissolved their special alcohol and social services board with the intent that they were going to kind of start over and retool with how you would ask for funding and who could do that. To date, nothing has been shared with us about what that would look like. So the answer is, I don't know. We feel like that it's not just city or county or community that's responsible for food system. We think it's everybody. So this is a portion of what we need for an entire budget, but we continue to work through grants. And if we don't have funds, what will happen is we will begin to just do less than what we do. And that's really not the direction we want to take. I noted in here what we really want to work on for this next year. And one of the things that keeps coming up is how can we really help reduce solid waste in the landfill? So what can we do to really do meaningful education? What's it going to take to get people to, you know, really let's quit the plastic bags, let's compost more. How do we get away from plastic bottles and all of that? How can we really work it? Amanda's been great and really interested in working with us more on some of these things. Transportation and food access, we have still got to work on how to get food to people. And I think I may have brought this up before. I'm really interested in how we can take food to people beyond Manhattan. How can we reach out in the small communities? I still think there's a place for doing some kind of a small mini market, if you will, MINI, mini market, where we could get food out into communities. And I'm really interested in us looking at that. Taking vacant lots and using them for gardening in communities and in small neighborhoods is also something we really want to do. But education is a big deal. And we have partners that's what they do. But again, they say, Vicki, we don't have time to coordinate that. We need you to work with UFM and Extension. We need you to work with K-State. We need you to somebody to help make those things happen. So the SNAP recipients, the moms at the farmers market, the person that wants to make changes in eating but needs some help with how to do that, how to coordinate all that. So again, we're coming just saying, we hope you'll hear what we're trying to do and support us now or in the future as you can. Any questions? Oh, the letter I gave you. Dr. Deborah DeVoe reached out to me a few days ago and said, well, she's been communicating with me for the last 2 years and really feels like what we're doing is very important from the medical standpoint. And so she reached out last week and said, what can I do to help? I said, make it more visible that what we do has a purpose. And she said, can I write a letter of support? And I said, yeah, I'm going to the county commission next week. So I received that over the weekend. So I'm sorry it didn't get in your packet, but I just got it. And so anyway, she said that's for you. And if I go to the city, she wants to go to them as well. She now is going to be leading the state physicians organization. So she will have a very important role, not only here in our community, but across the state. And really what she talks about with me is food is medicine. And that you've heard me say that food is a daily necessity. It's not a privilege. And we've got to somehow bridge that gap. So I'll leave that with you as well.
Sorry, we don't have a lot of time.
No, I know we got headed out, right? You're headed out, and I didn't bring cookies, so.
Oh.
That went on the trip. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. We need to do it after.
And do it now, it's gonna be too hard to hurt everyone.
Okay,
No, say it's
after. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn after the groundbreaking ceremony in Leonardville.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting after the groundbreaking ceremony in Leonardville. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.